Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. He put the country in the toilet. Hillary will just pull the handle, and Donald will flush it. On November 26th, vote for me, David John Sponheim, in the upcoming election. You can write my name in, David Sponheim. Don't in any way become a sheeple. Stand up against the tyranny of the two-party system. It's time for Sponheim. Welcome to the show. Hello. We are getting into our chat room right now as we speak. We are Americans, and this is America's Third Party. And this is the voter revolt. Congratulations, you made it. For an anti-war rally, you made it. For an anti-war rally, you made it. For an anti-war rally. Okay. We've got a regular show going every day, 3 to 4 hours a night. You can participate in it. You'll have to excuse my appearance. I took a long drive, took Sarah to lunch and brunch and dinner, all in one fell swoop. I hope you had a wonderful morning. I hope you had a wonderful morning. The echo. I know. We are here now. Fade to something behind the screen here. We are an organic, interactive venue for you to discuss politics. Welcome to the show. It is not raining at our location, but it was raining pretty heavily in the Pacific Northwest. We had lots of chemtrails last week, which brings the rain in. They dump silver iodide in our atmosphere here. That's part of their game plan, to constantly make the Northwest wet, dehydrating California and the Midwest, so that you believe that there's some sort of global climate change going on and that you've got to vote for somebody like a Democrat, even though they've never solved the problem of greenhouse gas production. I'm licking my chops like the people with dentures do, yeah. I don't have dentures, but I have press-on veneers. I'm licking my chops because I just ate so much food I can barely even walk. Actually, it wasn't too bad. I didn't overdo it today. I had a shrimp omelet, though, which I've never had before. Yeah, nice to rationalize it after the fact. Armchair scientists like Meow TV think that they can come up with reasons why they're dumping chemicals. All the while, he's been denying that chemicals were being dumped in our atmosphere. Yeah. But you're starting to realize that it's happening. We pulled up a picture last week from Scissor Fight. He does amazing link searches online, and he pulled up this image, which maybe is the quintessential image that'll shock everybody into reality. That chemicals do exist in the skies above us. Take a look at this picture. A blanket of chemtrails dumped into the atmosphere. Literally in lines, so that people could actually... It was so nice of them to make a barcode out of the atmosphere for us to see the chemtrails. And no one can deny this is a chemtrail. No, I don't get grouchy when I get out of weed, no. Number one, I don't have a problem with a physical addiction to anything. So for those of you who are physically addicted to alcohol or cigarettes, you know, it's funny, the Republicans' debates have been going on. The Democrats debate, they're all debating, and they debate the same talking points over and over again without any new results, without any new talking points. I mean, they brought up vaccinations in the Republican debates early on, and I have yet to hear vaccinations mentioned again, even though it was a very, very, very disturbing topic. Let's listen to Ted Cruz talk about what he's talking about.
The Senate needs to stand strong and say, we're not going to give up the U.S. Supreme Court for a generation by allowing Barack Obama to make one more liberal appointee. And then For the state of South Carolina, one of the most important judgments for the men and women of South Carolina to make is who on this stage has the background, the principle, the character, the judgment, and the strength of resolve to nominate and confirm principled constitutionalists to the court. That will be what I will do if I'm elected president.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. All right, we're going to move on to national security here, and we are going to, I want to read it.
Okay, we're going to pause that for a second. I just got news from somebody that Justice Scalia has died. Is that correct? I did not know this. Hang on. Mock Lobster. Antonin Scalia has died at the age of 79, folks. This is a huge story. The one dissenting opinion that's been preventing their gun control, that's preventing the idea of liberalizing our universities to the point where we no longer allow white people into our universities. We give all kinds of benefits for affirmative action. I recall Justice Scalia recently arguing the point that affirmative action is not appropriate, and lo and behold, he has died. Okay, Scissor Fight thinks he's been whacked. Yeah, the one opinion that seemed to resonate among a lot of American conservatives, the only person on the court that seemed to defend the rights of freedoms of the American people, has died, folks, at the fairly young age of 79. His transformative legislative theories, vivid writing, and outsized personality made him a leader of a conservative intellectual renaissance. In his 3 decades at the Supreme Court, was found dead on Saturday at a resort. Okay, he went to a resort. They probably gave him free tickets, right? You're getting the picture, folks, right? And of course Obama's going to appoint the next, because he wants to stack the court against American freedom. He wants the court all the way he wants it, you know, with Sotomayor, the woman who supports La Raza and Aslan. And he wants people like Elena Kagan, who's never been a judge before her appointment, but prevented any case against his citizenship, legal citizenship claims. Yeah.
Entire political life, I've spoken about the need for the Supreme Court to interpret the law, not make it. During my presidency, I've proudly appointed 2 new justices who understand that important principle, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor and Justice Antonin Scalia.
Antonin Scalia was born in 1936 in Trenton, New Jersey. He grew up in New York City and attended Georgetown University as an undergraduate and Harvard Law School. In 1986, he was appointed to the Supreme Court.
Solemnly swear.
I, Antonin Scalia, do solemnly swear
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies.
against
Early on, he was seen as an outsider known for his caustic dissents. His theories gradually became more accepted, and he became known as a leader of a conservative intellectual renaissance.
I'm in the business of enforcing democracy. What democracy means is that on controversial issues, even stuff like homosexual rights, abortion, whatever, we debate with each other and persuade each other and vote on it.
We are on mute. Thank you. Justice Scalia, we lost a really, really great guy there. I am amazed. He was the guy, the stalwart guy that would have stood up to any type of reversal of our rights to bear arms, and he's dead. I know. I was practicing what I was going to say. Well, the show started, and I'm still on, and you heard Justice Scalia. The question I'm having right now is, am I in the right group? Oh, I'm not. You see? You didn't warn me. I was in the wrong section. I've got to get over there to the other group. All right, now I'm updated. My category is people, and we'll get some more viewers now. I just got off from a long road trip, so try to bear with me. I'm a little bit disheveled. I'm wearing a green shirt, though. That's got to be something. Text of the National Emergency Centers Establishment Act. Okay. And Reuters has USA-Pakistan fighters. Really? Okay, Poochie. And calling me a monkey is insane. You have no idea. And how can you even be allowed in the room? I mean, I would ban you, but I can't even... No, I didn't get hair plugs. I've got hair. This is my real hair. Hair, beautiful hair. Okay, this is the USA okays the sale of 8 Lockheed F-16 fighter jets to Pakistan. Okay, not only do we give Pakistan nearly $1.5 billion a year in revenue, but we're going to sell them 8 Lockheed Martin F-16 fighter jets superior to our F-35s in 2 critical areas of air-to-air combat. Okay, I'm on the People tab. Try it now. Hit refresh. I just moved over there. Thank you, guest. Pakistan. And Saudi's just landed in Turkey, ready to invade Syria. Saudi Arabia is actually starting this conflict in Syria now. They're sending troops and fighter jets to a military base in Turkey ahead of intervention against ISIS in Syria. Yeah. So the war is not over. When Kerry went over there last week and said there's peace in our time, it was like Neville Chamberlain going to Germany and talking to Hitler and coming back saying, there will be peace in our time. And then Hitler started a war. Every time you see people negotiate a false treaty, and they don't even agree. ISIS is the real question mark, and Russia sees ISIS as a new world order inspired by our Western forces. We see ISIS as some sort of a nebulous terrorist group as a nation, and we're acting like this nebulous terrorist group is the source of all problems in the world, and we're starting wars around the world, especially in Syria. She'll be back in just a bit. We went out for brunch today. We had a wonderful time. Great morning. We had a pre-Valentine's morning. I know. It's not easy when you have such a great life, I'll tell you. I struggle to just pinch myself sometimes and say, wow, why was I so lucky? Well, I earned it. It took me years, 2 years to meet Sarah online. 11 hours a day, chatting. I was a full-time chatter for 2 years there, from 97 to 98. 11 hours a day, yeah. I invested 7,000 hours into meeting her. No, it wasn't stalking. I never met anyone until the last minute. It was like I was reaching, the quintessential time when you've been out to sea for 2 years, looking, never happy. And I can tell you, I really was at my bottom in terms of hope. I really was. And never fails. When you reach bottom in terms of hope, something happens, changes your life. I do believe Scalia was murdered. Yes, I believe he was taken out without even reading any preliminary study of his trip and the visit and the whole thing. No doubt somebody gave him free tickets to hell, and he took them, thinking he'd have a free ride somewhere. I'd like to investigate the whole thing, but I don't have the power to do that, and I'm sure our government's not going to do anything. They're not investigating any of these cases of weird, strange, mistaken killings. Look what happened to Ian Murdoch. Ian Murdoch, the guy who came up with the Debian operating system that's being used as a Linux system to make it impervious to any NSA searches. He died. Isn't that interesting? Look at Aaron Swartz. He suicided, but his fiance said that he was in good spirits the day he suicided. He was looking forward to a lawsuit to defend his rights to gather information on the internet. And by the way, Aaron Swartz, who passed away a few years ago, he was working on the Strongbox, designed to protect journalists from NSA's prying eyes. He died. So anybody who's doing anything to develop security for the internet, for personal security, I'm crying right now in my heart about what happened to Scalia. Not scallions. That's a different subject. Yeah, I feel like I was out swimming. Yeah, it's just kind of like the disheveled look today. It's David on the road, driving 100 miles, eating a massive buffet. We had to turn food away. It was so much. My hair can look brand new in a second. It won't take me long. Hold on just a second. I mean, there's no reason to freak out about my hair. Let me, well, no, I mean, I can be back up to normal in a second. Let me just do this. Hold on. I'll talk to you while I do it, so you don't feel out of place. Yeah. We're in the real world now, folks. This is it. I feel much better now that I have a set of hair. I just managed. I have my hair grows rapidly sometimes, and
there you go.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Sometimes it grows a little too fast, but.
Oops.
There we go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Is this better? You feel better now? Hey everybody, how's it going? Yeah, I keep the wig around just for a backup in case, somebody doesn't trust my real hair.
No, this is not fur.
It's faux fur though.
Polyester.
Happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. I can't believe we're enjoying Valentine's ahead of time.
Yes.
We've had a pretty good day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Early Valentine's Day.
It was awesome. Faux fur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Scalia has passed away. He went on a vacation and I don't know the specifics, but he went on a vacation to an island resort, and he died. So many people are saying foul play. He's the one guy that stands up against all this gun control being pushed by the left. Folks, we need to galvanize the centrist movement because the Republicans don't have enough votes to beat Hillary. I can pull votes away from Hillary, and I can draw votes from the Republican Party. So in the next, I'd say 7 months, we can begin this process. If we get mainstream media attention, great. If we can get anything else beyond that, even better. I'll take whatever I can get. I've been doing this for 7 years and have been completely censored by the media. Amazing, isn't it? One thing about brushing a brush with a brush. This is authentic horsehair from 1936, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, that's from a horse.
Wow. Oh, what is it?
No, I won't say that. No, I won't say that because there's no way they're going to put me in a compromising position with a throat surgery. No, I would never go under the knife like Joan Rivers did. I'm not going to put the Donald hair on Sarah. You just criticized me for my hair. I come back with stellar hair, and now you're attacking Sarah's bouffant. Her Russian. No. Oh, okay.
I have had
Jib jab. Okay, jib jab. You got a Valentine's Day jib jab.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I'm thinking you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Floating castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Oh, it's just the two of us. Just the two of us. Yeah.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. We're celebrating Advanced Valentine's Day today. Well, somebody really trimmed my hair back there for that picture. That was great. And now I'm going to be monetized for the Just the Two of Us song, and they'll be sending me a copyright violation from YouTube saying, "Oh, nothing to worry about, but we're monetizing that so that Jib Jab could make money on your entire video." Thanks for doing that. That's not going to be a viral spot. You know full well I'm being censored. What the hell's wrong with you? You just need to be to add Ben Carson to the frying pan. It'll be great. Ben Carson's already in the proverbial political frying pan. Yeah, you tell that to YouTube. I'll be glad to gladly share that with YouTube. I guarantee I'm going to be getting a warning and a disclaimer notice. Yeah. They'll take 5 seconds of a regular song and tell me they're monetizing it for somebody else.
Oh well.
Just the two of us. Yeah.
We can make it if
we try. Just the two of us. Okay, teaching assistant films her college student scolding a first grader. What a biatch. Scissor fight.
Our colleague.
Well, bottom line is, Ben Carson wrote a book claiming he went after his mother with a ball-peen hammer. There's something wrong with his logic. Number one, why did he go after his mother with a ball-peen hammer? And number two, why did he write a book about it? And then why does he continue running? You know, I'm not corny. I'm reinventing geekish, dorkish. Corny is a low-end word.
I can see you.
Corny is not a really appropriate word for me, Walton. I'm a dork. Sarah's a geek. Together we form the Gork Geekdom.
You can call me a nerd, a geek, a nerd.
Are you a nerd? Then I'll be a geek. You can be a nerd.
I like being a geek.
Okay, then I'll be the dork. You can be the geek. Okay, there are no nerds here. Okay, well, the bottom line is Ben Carson's out of the race. He just doesn't know it yet. I believe that Rand Paul is going to be out of the race shortly, and I also think that Jeb Bush is going to, after he loses a couple elections and doesn't even place, he'll be out of the race too. So we're looking at the real contenders here. John Kasich, and whatever happened to Carly Fiorina? Does anybody know if she dropped out yet? John Kasich actually had a returned interest. People are listening to him. They actually like him. She's out? Really? Okay. She dropped out? Okay. Rand Paul is out? Officially? Okay. Rand Paul's out, so I'm in. Things are looking better for me, man. It got a smaller competitive playing field. And even though I have yet to receive any mainstream media attention on the issues, I still believe I can win in 2016. Oh, Bernie and Hillary, they're part of the Marxist force that's plaguing America right now. And I think even Democrats are realizing they don't want communism. They just don't want it. But they don't want Donald Trump either. So they're really in a bind, and they don't want an extreme social conservative like Ted Cruz, especially a guy who doesn't even know what the meaning of Tea Party is. He thinks it's some sort of a gathering of moneyed payoff artists from Goldman Sachs gathering at a party having tea. Oh yes, let's have a tea party. And invite each other from, we'll have friends from Morgan Stanley and J.P. Morgan.
On a ranch.
He died on a ranch.
In Texas.
I wonder what the cause of death was. And don't tell me heart attack, because then you think
he's
the heart...
79.
No, come on. You're going to begin to believe heart attack gun any minute now. I'm not a socialist. No, I'm telling you, I'm as far from a socialist as you can get and still be open to new ideas. You think it was murder? I love you, TP. Marla Singer loves toilet paper. Cool, Marla. Could you take your love for toilet paper somewhere else? This is America's third party, not toilet paper. No, 79 is not the end of the world. It could be a beginning. Look at what happened to David Bowie. He started a new life at 70.
No, I don't believe it.
What?
What?
Calling me an ape? How dare you? You know, they called our great president Abraham Lincoln an ape. It wouldn't be the first time people jealous of such a good-looking guy as myself calls me an ape.
So there's a...
David Bowie hasn't died. He didn't die, Harry. David Bowie's still alive. His name is Jack Stephen. Look it up. He just had a remake. They photographed him really thin. Yeah, that's what they called him, Ape Lincoln. I'm not kidding you. That was his pet name back in the 1800s. No, I don't think Michael Jackson's still living, although there are some questions about that. I'm fairly sure, I'm 95% sure David Bowie did not die. I'm not a supporter of Obama. I am going to freshen up my coffee and I'll be right back. Sarah can talk to you guys about... Well, I got a lot of crap for having bad hair at the beginning of our show, so I had to do the Justin Bieber. No, they were giving me crap. So this is my punishment. It's like, okay, you want to complain about my hair? Take that!
Can't complain about this hair.
Exactly. I knew that was going to come
I
down.
should go put on my other teeth. Then it'd be like, take that.
Yeah, really.
My morning was fantastic. I woke up early. Talked to some friends online. And then I went back to bed. And then I woke up again. And had some fun with David. And we went out to eat. And that's it. Yeah. Yeah, we went out to have lunch. That was fun. Check out this weird... check this out that David's sister gave me for Christmas. Isn't that kind of weird? It's kind of weird, but it's kind of cool. Yeah. I know, it's kind of strange. Happy Valentine's Day, Time Pilot. Oh, so that is like, they were just saying synonyms? America's Third Party. Oh, Third Party is your Valentine. Oh, really, Pacific? I haven't seen anything about him. Yeah, it would be great if David could become president and we could stop the U.S. meddling. Okay. I don't want to. Leroy, please, you can't make me. I'm not going to do it. David will watch it later, but I'm not going to. Oh, Fiorina. Maybe he doesn't. I know, some people say Fiorini, but...
Well, I mean, I just want to show you how you look when you have your other teeth. It's not like...
All right, I'll go.
No, I want to show you how you look.
No, I'll go show you how I look.
Well, you don't have to, but what I'm telling you is... No, I don't want to show you. It's pretty cool. I interviewed William Mount for many, many days on our show, and yeah, he didn't like the fact that I changed the Mount Monday show to Conspiracy Monday. He was offended. And that was the last he called in. He never called in again. But I do talk to Mount on occasion. Yep. Obama has meddled. I need to get the country back in the hands of the American people. Henry VIII, I-M-I-N. And you're on warning here. You know, I personally don't endorse William Mount's decision to join Lucis Trust. I originally found out about Lucis Trust and the dangers of having a Luciferian organization control the UN. And I was talking to Mount one day and he said, oh, by the way, he joined them. I said, what are you doing? And he told me that his reason for joining this Luciferian organization was to have ears in the ground, to have people, to listen in to what their game plan was for the UN. I know. I could not believe it. Anyway, the Lucis Trust, if you look it up, is a an organization that is dedicated to UN affairs. They're a roster level publication and booking agency that does a lot of the meetings for the UN, and they worship Lucifer. So I cannot imagine anyone joining them. And I told him, I said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And he still did it. So what can I say? It's increased his YouTube subscription rate to the point where Christians are turning to becoming subscribers of his channel left and right, and he's making tons of money on AdSense dollars. So he's making tons of money. And it's almost bizarre how much money he's making, which, is, YouTube wants weird people to talk about weird things. They endorse that. Now, William does talk about a third party, America's Third Party. So, I can't say he's, off in that department, but he's not making it a primary goal to talk about America's Third Party. If he did, he probably would get a subscription level taken away from him. So, whatever. I'm not in any way seeking endorsements from Luciferians. Yeah, I don't want to meddle in other countries' politics at all. It's a violation of the Logan Act. Yeah, mindless fluff makes money. Hysterical fear-mongering makes money. Anybody who's completely off base. You see, the government realized it's cheaper to pay AdSense dollars to whack jobs. I'm not calling him a whack job. But anybody who's really wacky, they would rather give AdSense dollars to than to finance Operation Mockingbird, which is all about paid shills like Alex Jones controlling the media and molding the message. There she is. The new Sarah. We thought we'd bring out the his and hers Valentine press-on veneer look. I think Scalia was the one person standing up for your rights, Busy. And being you're a little liberal, you ought to recognize that. Yep, we're in trouble now. Scalia is dead. The last standing Republican conservative, and I'm not Republican or conservative, but I like balance. I do. Yeah, we've got press on fake teeth. It cost a lot to get these, so why not wear them? Now you can see if you can talk.
Yes, of course I can talk.
Yes, of course I can talk. It takes a while to actually prevent actually making Lithvith.
Sally sold.
No, I'm not actually involved in role-playing sex games. Are you fantasizing that I'm a surfer dude that picked you up at a bar going, hey baby, let's ride that tube? Very tubular, dude. Do the tube steak boogie? Okay, I don't want to go there. We got Valentine's Day coming tomorrow. I'm just trying to get in the mood here. Sally sells seashells by the seashore, Sarah.
Yes. Shrek, that's correct.
Well, Richard, we need to do something. If you haven't recognized the need for a third party, there's no need for a tie tonight. We're a relaxed show. I'm just showing you what 55 looks like. What you can look forward to.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore,
the seashore.
Sarah.
Exactly. That's one heck of a smile you got. Wow. That's great. I don't think it's so bad.
By the seashore.
I think it's kind of fun.
Testing 1 2 2 5 9.
Sarah and I wore the same braces as children, so we have the perfect smile. You want the tie? Okay, I'll get the tie. I'll be right back. I'll tie one on. Hold yourself together, guys.
I can talk with them in 955. It's all good. Are you purging yourself? That's funny. I don't know who that is, JPF. Hi. Testing. 1 2. Where are you guys looking at Trump at? Are you looking at him on it? Link me. Alright. Please calm down. You're so excited because David is putting in his tie on his tie. No. 311. All good. Yes. A tie for David. It's an inside joke. Ooh. Well, can I get on the inside? Or no? I guess I'm on the outside for now. Oh, Stevie S is having a Republican debate right now. Oh, okay. I can look at it then. No, 465, I can't. German fast food. Oh, you mean Wiener Schnitzel? Wiener Schnitzel? Is that German fast food? Yeah, well, I definitely have a bit of an overbite, which is more apparent when I wear these teeth, but that's okay. What does that make you, 495? I just have to say. Oh, I'm so not a Wiener Schnitzel fan. Or into sauerbraten or anything like that. I kind of thought that's what that made you, 495. Well, just a little bit, 532, but you'll get used to him. Alright, so I should Google or I should search Republican presidential debate coverage. Yeah, it's nice to sit in a chit chat room. That'll be fun. Who's taking you kayaking, Marla?
You know, I was out today swimming in my swim spa, and an eagle flew right over my head, 20 feet above. A big bald eagle. So I'm wearing my eagle tie today in honor of that. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our anti-war rally. I am David Sponheim, running for president against all odds. We're getting live coverage of the Republican national debate, but as usual, they're not talking about anything. All they talk about is terrorism. Terrorism and jobs. Jobs and terror. And they don't spell out how they're going to create jobs. That's what really gets me. So don't be a slave, folks. Vote for Dave. Me, Dave Sponheim. You can write my name in the upcoming election, or you can get me on the ballot in your state by calling your Secretary of State and asking her for a petition to get a presidential candidate on the ballot.
I've been replaced, or at least my teeth have.
Yes, we've changed the teeth look. Nothing really going on other than the teeth look.
And, and David's hair, of course.
Well, my hair is the backup hair that I had to use due to the fact that people just continually rag on me for wearing disheveled hair. Yeah. I know, a royal family in this day and age. Can you believe that? Bold eagles.
Awesome. I love South Carolina. I've never been there, though.
Oh, we meet a lot of South Carolinians up here.
But everybody I meet from South Carolina is, like, nice.
They're nice people. The hair is silk. The teeth are three-dimensional press-on veneers. But the person beneath is 100% human.
Like him so far, I have to tell you. Let me just tell you this. Jeb is
X out of there.
Wrong.
Jeb hang on. Yeah, he's ragging on Jeb. Let's listen in.
Absolutely. So that's just so you understand. You know what that is? That's Jeb's special interest in lobbyists talking. Look, let me just tell you something. Jeb
Boo!
Jeb is so wrong. You got to fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them. Like them so far, I have to tell you. Look.
I think Donald's getting a little constipated. He needed a little relief. He forgot his X-Lax that day. I don't want to listen to this guy. I'm glad I missed all the best. There's nothing good there. It sucks. Everything about the Republicans suck. They're completely out of touch with reality. They don't talk about GMOs in our diet. They won't talk about big, huge agribusiness like Monsanto and ADM and the dangers of Dow Chemicals. They won't talk about unleashing a war on ISIS without even recognizing that ISIS is a creation of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and forces that are actually trying to start wars at the World Bank and the IMF. They won't talk about any of the issues. I'm telling you, it's worthless listening to them. And they can't spell out how they're going to create jobs.
Didn't you just say you lived in South Carolina?
He's pissing off the crowd. Yeah, if you're from South Carolina, you got a real nice personality. I've never met a person from South Carolina that did not have a nice personality. Yeah, he's pissing off the crowd. He's upsetting a lot of people.
Check it out.
You're going to go to South Carolina?
Yeah, I want to go there and see if everybody from South Carolina is actually nice.
That'd be cool.
Or are they just like that when they move away?
Yeah, just when they arrive here, are they super special?
Oh, you live in both states. Okay.
Okay, Divinus Super says the Bank of England is separate jurisdiction of the UK government. City of London are Roman Admiralty administrators. You are correct, sir. And many people don't realize that our country is hinged in many ways to the City of London. And I'll explain that to you in just a bit, because at the very bottom of the explanation, there is no best debate with Republicans. They don't talk about anything. Let me open up a discussion right now about what he's talking about right now.
Jeb is so wrong.
I think that's earlier.
Well, then we'll catch up to what's good.
Just so you understand.
I think this is an earlier clip.
Okay, then we'll just let that go by the wayside for now. U.S. started ISIS, and they're killing American soldiers. What does that say? Thank you, Asset DJ. And I know you're not Boink, so don't try to pretend you're Boink anymore. Well, this is the thing. Our country in 1871 created the Act of 1871. You won't hear about that at the debates today, okay? They won't talk about that because essentially our government is being run by a corporation, run out of Washington, D.C., a commonwealth. The corporation's name is the United States. The United States is the one corporation that has borrowed going on $19 trillion now. We never signed off as American citizens for this $19 trillion. We never released our rights to our country, which we publicly own. We are the United States of America, and we need to get our country back. Are you with me? The Act of 1871, research it. It's a very powerful document that gives authority to the United States corporation to manage the affairs of a bankrupt nation called the United States of America. We've been bankrupt for centuries. And if you didn't know that, we've been hijacked by a central bank, a private central bank, and the guy who's on your $20 bill nearly died numerous times in duels protecting our nation. Andrew Jackson.
It's not the end of the world. The private equity people and hedge fund folks that are right now getting capital gains treatment for the income they earn, pay ordinary income like everybody else in this room. That's not a problem at all. What we need to do is to reform the tax code, to simplify the rates, to shift power away from Washington, D.C. That's what I did as governor of the state of Florida, 19 billion.
Yeah. All right. Well, we support a flat tax at America's Third Party. We support a 10% flat tax on all income above $100,000.
Could you give us your sense of this conversation about either Medicaid or economic growth through taxation?
Well, first of all, let me just mention on the tax issue, bencarson.com, go read about it, because
All right, so there's nothing to say there. He's already out of the race, but just doesn't know it yet. All right.
Who are you?
Well, I've been removed from the show, sir.
No.
Yeah, it's your show.
It's my show? Here, let's remove me from the show.
No, I'm just going to put us right in the middle here.
I was going to remove me, and then I can leave.
Okay, Sarah's going to say goodnight for a while.
Oh, just kidding.
No, you can
I'll
leave.
Stay
Right?
for 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, there he is.
I could care less if Vaughn has 3,500 people watching the debate. It doesn't matter to me.
That's good.
It's irrelevant to me. The fact that people are still voting Republican and Democrat is the real problem with our country. If they don't recognize that, if you don't recognize that, then I feel bad for you. The two parties have not been able to cut the budget. They've not been able to address key issues affecting the American people, like the outsourcing problem, which continues to go on. Even Donald Trump outsources his labor when he constructs hotels. He uses illegal aliens. That's a serious, serious problem. And then he runs around claiming he doesn't want illegals in our country. This is a very depressing time, to be honest. And if you don't, somebody asked me to wear better hair. I got better hair, okay? If you don't like my hair, then stick it. I could go to any beach in California and people would go, "Hey, dude, what's going on, man?" They would have no idea I'm wearing a wig. Of course, they're all radiated, so what do they know? Hello, Melko. Well, that's the problem, Richard. I mean, we're here. You guys, the 55 viewers, are the ones that are waking up. You guys are the ones separating from the two parties. I got to urge you. You got to tell people the dangers of the Democrats are becoming communist, and the dangers of the Republicans are becoming Nazis. It's that simple. So we're fighting Nazism on the right with Donald Trump. You hear the story about Ivana in the divorce proceedings with Ivana? She said that he kept a book of Adolf Hitler's speeches next to his bed and he read it every night. This is not satire. You're right in the crosshairs of a very dangerous situation. You've got fascist leaders like Donald Trump versus communist leaders like Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. Our nation has never been closer to the brink of nonsense, either direction. And what we really need is centrism, a common ground for us to find solutions that are fiscally conservative, yet address the social issues concerning Americans. It's that simple. Thank you, Quarter. So running, I would look good on the beach down in Manhattan Beach right now. I could probably fit right in a bar. Mm-hmm. People would not even know the difference. They'd say, "Oh, dude, what's going on, man? Nice hair, man." Yeah, totally. Rock on, dude.
Just do the one thing with your hair right here.
Sure, yeah. I have horsehair brush for you
there
to
you
clean.
Go. That's good.
Any time of work you want to do is with the horsehair brush. It's fantastic.
What do you think, Quarter?
Real hair or a wig? This is definitely a wig. My other hair was real, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the debate. As soon as Bernie...
Well, they're going to let us know when the commercial breaks over.
Tell me when the guy who's not going to win is no longer running and who's no longer talking. That'll be great. Hair today, gone tomorrow. So we lost Justice Scalia. Okay. And as much as I'm not a Republican, never have been, as much as I don't like extreme conservatism, I do like the checks and balances that he provided. I don't want to do the overzealous liberal right now, thank you. It's not appropriate. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I know there should be a campaign, right? Ticking time bags. You should all be contacting your senators right now and contact Obama. This is who you should nominate.
David.
I know you've never heard of her before, but this is who you should nominate.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Send him an email, whitehouse.gov.
That's a problem with 7 years of an unapproachable president that claimed to be transparent. That they couldn't even get the guest list from this guy.
I know.
And he claimed to be transparent. I mean, you Democrats really should be asking yourself, why are you trusting any other Democrat? If I were standing here talking like Bernie Sanders, I'm going to take money from the rich, I'm going to stop the Wall Street executives. Ask yourself what Bernie Sanders has done in the past 7 years. Nothing. What has Barack Obama done in the past 7 years? Nothing. We need a political revolution, and it's not Bernie Sanders, okay? That's the best way to describe what I'm doing here every night and why we're dedicated to this effort to create a third party. All right? So as much as we all want to disagree on a lot of individual issues, we all can agree that we've got corruption deep in both parties. The Democrats and the Republicans have fallen into the communist, fascist realm, respectively. All right. Okay. Now he's calm on immigration. Now Trump is redefining his immigration. He probably won't even mention he wants to ID Muslims because somebody told him it was stupid. He probably watched our show the other night. Yeah, they've just expanded the Bush administration's agenda. I agree.
What does that mean to you, a humane solution to those who live in the shadows?
I want everybody taken care of, but we have to take care of our people in this country. We're not taking care of our people. We have no border. We have no control. People are flooding across. We can't have it. We either have a border, and I'm not proposing, I will build a wall. I will build a wall. Remember this, the wall will be paid for by Mexico. We are not...
Sorry.
David always laughs at that.
What an imbecile. He thinks the wall is going to be paid for by Mexico. This is how he runs business. He can't get something done with his own money. He just uses somebody else's money, the Federal Reserve's money, to build his business. And then he declares bankruptcy on a business that he borrows against. This guy doesn't know how to make money. He knows how to take money. They're all being stolen, Time Pilot. I've been telling you this 7 years now. I've been telling you the ineffectiveness of your efforts. 7 years now, I've been explaining to you that if you just sit here and watch me every night, it'll be like watching paint dry. It won't accomplish anything. You have to tell people about this third party. There's no other way. And I mean on the internet, posting AmericasThirdParty.com website, or just simply telling people to join us on Twitter. I mean, my God. We are up against the wall with corporate elitists like this guy, who has borrowed money to become this supposed billionaire that he claims he is, against a woman who claims it's her turn to become president. I mean, we have dynastic presidential candidates running, and I can't even get a minute of airtime to dispute it. Not a minute. You should be ashamed of yourself for being in a country that is so deceptive, such a lying, hypocritical nation. We aren't free and we aren't democratic unless you strive for freedom and you push a democracy out there. But frankly, democracy at the way the Democrats want it is mobocracy. It is like a communist, Marxist takeover of our freedom. That's not democracy. I remedy it by explaining to you that if everybody who heard about me wrote my name in on the ballot, David Sponheim or Dave Sponheim, there's nothing they can do to stop it. If everybody who could spell wrote Dave Sponheim on the ballot, you'd have the biggest separate reading of the ballots in history, and you'd have an overtake of the two-party system. It would be a revolution. That's what I'm talking about. So if you can't understand the simplicity of what I just said, if we can't use our simple minds to navigate away from the corporate control of our two-party political system, which is a tyranny, then we got a real problem. I know most of you can read and write. I know most of you can spell my name. It is enough. Oh yeah, it is. You don't understand. I am completely censored in the mainstream media. You just don't get it at all. I've been explaining it every night, and you just don't get it. You still believe that what you were told in school, that, oh yes, everyone has a chance to get involved in politics. No, you don't get it. I'm a living proof of the nation of liars and cheaters and cronies that are running your country. I'm a living proof that these people have effectively shut you and any other average American out of the scene. Living proof. And I'm here as a simple reminder to you that we have a serious obstacle ahead. We need the American people behind any new change in America. That's not in the news. Being swatted isn't in the news. That's completely not issue related. I spent 25 minutes talking to Cairo TV, and they recorded every single word, and they didn't put one of those words on TV. They cropped 12 seconds of my response and framed it out as a blackface swatting, which had nothing to do with blackface. It was a complete abridgment of my freedom, It was a total violation of truth and fairness in journalism. I mean, heck, the newspaper that ran an attack on me when I ran a local election in 2014, they tried to bury me politically. They're run by a foreign company out of Canada. We've got Canadian press manipulating local news in our area, preventing an American from getting on the ballot. You can sue all you want. It won't make any difference. If you don't get behind a new political movement, you'll never get any compensation. You're not going to get anything. The American people aren't going to get a penny. Whether it's Bernie or Donald or Hillary or Ted, it's not going to amount to any dollars for you, the American people. You want to take down the big, huge oligarchy that we have, Goldman Sachs, the people that paid for Ted Cruz's election? You got to get behind a third party. I'm going to be firing everybody in the SEC. I don't care what their role has been. They're all going to be fired simply because they are a rotten group of cronies. The Security and Exchange Commission in 2017, under my presidency, will be doing what they should have done in 2008, 2009. Yes, the CIA runs the modern media. It's been going on a long, long time. You know, at this point, I'm not posting signs in the state of Washington because I don't know if I'm going to run against the governor or not. The governor of Washington wants cap and trade, which I'm against. He wants 5 million Syrian refugees to come into our state, which I'm against. I could simply run on a no refugee platform and probably beat him. I'm serious. I'm thinking of doing that. I just don't have the money to do it. It's going to take a little bit more than what we have to run a governor campaign and then to move on and think about the 2020 election. I'm not committing to 2020 until 2019. But we will do this show every night here, Building America's Third Party. My primary goal is to build a party after 2016. We still have this goal in mind. Yep. All right. Well, I'm glad we've talked. I'm going to let Sarah talk. I'll be right back, and then I'll fulfill my duties here.
One thing I would say is the goal of the president or anyone serving in an office of public trust is to be a public servant, and that is to serve the needs of the people first and foremost. And a leader should see themselves as being a spokesperson for the people. David did run for a smaller office. Yes, that's true. Many people do remain silent. Therefore, they lose power because they do. I don't think it's that, Melco. I think that the president needs to set an example and be a role model. That's what I would say. Yeah, when I agree. I think that also the government, anyone in a position of power should, if you're elected to serve, it's really that word serve should come up. It's that really you're representing and serving the people. All right, I'm missing a great debate. Okay, I'll hit play.
Spend a little more money on the commercials.
But if you want to talk about weakness, it's weak to disparage women. It's weak to disparage Hispanics.
I don't disparage.
It's weak to denigrate the disabled. And it's really weak to call John McCain a loser because he was a...
I never called him. I don't.
That is outrageous. He's an American hero.
He also
Simple
said
fact
about
is,
language.
I've laid out my plans.
He said about
related to
language.
immigration.
Language. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody, and that's fine. Nobody reports that. He gets up and says that, and then he tells me, "Oh, my language was a little bit rough."
Okay.
My language.
Governor Kasich.
Give me a break.
Governor Kasich. Governor
Okay.
Kasich. Here in South Carolina earlier this week, you said the idea, the concept of deporting 11 million undocumented workers here.
Make sure my mother's listening if she's watching the debate. I didn't say I was going to move.
You did say it. It's been reported in 10 different newspapers.
We will leave the moon metaphors to be adjudicated later, I assure you. Governor Kasich, you said earlier this week in South Carolina, the concept, the idea of deporting 11 million undocumented workers in this country is nuts. Why is it you are so opposed to that idea? Senator Cruz has said it's a simple application of existing law. The application of that is not inhumane, it is just. Why do you disagree?
Yeah, before I get to that, this is the 9th of the 10th debate. And when I've been watching here, this back and forth, and these attacks, some of them are personal, I think we're fixing to lose the election to Hillary Clinton if we don't stop this. I mean, the fact is, you know what I would suggest? Why don't we just take all the negative ads and all the negative comments down from television and let us just talk about what we're for and let's sell that and the Republican Party will be stronger as a result. Now, back to...
What are you for on immigration?
Because, Major, you know this. Look, first of all, I'm for sealing the border, okay? And then I'm for a guest worker program. People can come in, work, and go back home. We haven't closed the border because special interests, I believe, blocked it. Then we have 11.5 million people here. If they have not committed a crime since they've been here, make them pay a fine and some back taxes and give them a path to legalization, never to citizenship. It is not going to happen that we're going to run around and try to drag 11.5 million people out of their homes. I'll tell you this. Within the first 100 days, I will send a plan like this to the Congress of the United States, and if I'm president, I'll bet you dollars to donuts right now it will pass. That is a reasonable proposal that the people of this country, in my judgment, will support, and so will the bulk of the Congress of the United States.
I will say this, as far as immigration, if we as a country say that our welfare reform, immediate welfare reform, is to only give food stamps and welfare dollars to U.S. citizens only and not to immigrants, immediately there will be people that choose to leave this country, who are in this country. They will choose to leave this country. Right now, there are certain states. There are certain states who are told that they will not receive any federal support for welfare if they do not allow immigrants to receive welfare. So states are under pressure to give welfare to immigrants, and that's not bringing in people who are hardworking. Yes, this is real. When we talked about all of the refugees that are entering into our country due to the displacement that's happening in Syria, there was an issue, a statement issued by the federal government that said all of these immigrants that come into your state and apply for and qualify based on low income, if they apply for welfare, they're automatically qualified, and if the state governments do not wish to do so, they won't receive federal funding for anyone on welfare, including U.S. citizens. So, the change that I'm proposing is not you'll see people automatically leaving the country. Yeah, well, I'll just say that's what I propose. No, he's not. He'll
break now, so thank you.
Oh, good. I get to go watch my show.
Yes, she loves watching her show. This is her day off, by the way. So have some respect for Sarah's time off here tonight. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
She is going to go watch her favorite show, and I'm going to hang out with you guys and talk politics while we listen to other people repeat the same talking points over and over again in the other two parties. Don, thank you. Yeah, I was hanging out with some of my bros from down in California and catching some surf. Has always been a big plan of mine, but I've yet to find any really good, clean, non-radiated water to surf in. I'm looking for a place I can surf. I haven't been surfing in a long time, so I've got the look. We're going to get the Dave the Waves surf background in just a second. Yeah, that's her favorite show. Yeah. She likes it. It's something she enjoys. Oh, that's a great gif. Hey, Dave, what do you got there? Happy Valentine's, Dave. Oh, that's cute. We are living in a toxic age, and it's really unfortunate that we have not gotten really a good leadership group that can solve our environmental crisis. Now, while the Republicans talk about war against ISIS, this imaginary organization that the CIA created, we at America's Third Party are gathering together to try to figure out how we can get accountability from these cronies, how we can get our government taken away back from the Wall Street executives, because Bernie's not going to do it. I can assure you. Bernie's no different than Obama. We're going to try to seek truth in this country and solve this crisis. But the two parties just talk about the talking points that make sense to them. They don't talk about the terrible chemtrail activity that's blanketing our skies. I showed you earlier the emphatic proof that chemtrailing is going on. And I'm not making please don't call me a whack job. Look at this. It's a blanket of chemtrails over the skies above Australia. It was picked up on a recent... Is this unreal? Look at this. They're literally blanketing the skies with chemicals, and they don't even talk about it. So we take on the tough questions. We're not here to hide from the truth. We're here to bring the truth out on a daily basis. So yeah, we talk about this. And you know, war is one of the biggest mistakes that they're up to. That was fast. Like zip, 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 zip. Anytime you want to talk about chemtrails, just hit the button. Okay. No, fish don't eat during the winter. We feed them very, very rarely. The heartbeat of a goldfish during the winter is once every 30 seconds. Isn't that amazing? They go into a kind of a hibernation mode. They don't eat much. They don't have to breathe much either. That's why goldfish are an amazing fish. They survive any cold or warm environment, goopy, green, algae environment. They can live in that. Anyway, just like goldfish, we're very resilient, and we're not going to sit back and watch our country collapse. Yeah, we will defeat the enemy. We have an amazing group of people that are rolling around talking about a third party right now. And it's just slowly penetrating the ironclad lock that the moneyed interests have over our media. Word of mouth defeats all of this crap. I'm terrified that this country's fallen into the hands of fascists. Donald Trump and Ted Cruz appear more fascist to me than anything. Or Hillary and Bernie, they appear more communist than ever before. So I'm concerned because my family's been fighting communism for a long, long time. We wrote a book that will help navigate our way out of this warring activity. If you're wondering why the Marxists want war and why the fascists want war, it's because they've got to cover the massive printing of money that their backers have done. And behind all wars is a banker. So we believe hybrid capitalism is the secret to stopping this. We get more regionalization, more profit centers here in the United States. We no longer have to rely on cheap labor overseas. We become a nation under our own again. We don't have to borrow like Donald does just to survive financially. I've never seen blue goldfish. I didn't even know they exist. That's interesting. Guess 407. Do you have any blue goldfish? Not all, Richard, but I'd say 85% of the banking community is Jewish. It doesn't matter. We're not here to target Jewish people, Richard. Aren't you Jewish? No, he doesn't even have a clue. I'm not imitating his hair at all. This is way better than Trump's hair. No, are you kidding me? You're comparing my hair right now to Donald Trump's hair? His 2-bit strike-off wig that he picked up? Yeah. I'm concerned that they killed Scalia. Yes, I'm going to be treating this as a murder until they prove otherwise. We've got some very, very weird things happening in the world. I don't even need to get into it. No, this is nothing like Trump. Man, I'm telling you, I can't win. I came on the show with my regular hair, and they said, David, it's disheveled. So I just put the wig on, and then all of a sudden you're accusing me of being Troy McClure on The Simpsons. Yeah, that's going to be the next accusation, I'm sure. Scalia was not that old. 79 is not too old to die. Or shall I say it is too old to die? See you later, Troy. Yeah, he was too young. Yeah, I know. Well, that's why we think he was killed. Invited to this retreat. Looks very fishy. Nope, Trump is not awesome. He's a corporate pig who sucks up to other corporate pigs. How do you think Trump got all that money? Do you even ask yourself? Because behind every single disastrous move he's made is a bankruptcy. And then another borrow from the Federal Reserve, approved by the Federal Reserve. I've got a great picture of the Trump hair. You're comparing my hair, which is kind of bizarre. Even my regular hair is superior to perhaps the worst possible hairdo on earth. Interesting. So you're saying my hair looks like this? We shall overcome. Yeah, I think I have a superior look than he has. I didn't see how you can compare me. We shall comb. It's awesome. This guy borrowed 5 of my ideas that I've had for 7 years and acted like they're his own. He is single-handedly buying his way with the press, using money to buy politics in America. You should all be ashamed of yourself for, number one, allowing liars and millionaires to become president. That's the hard part, is you're billionaires. He calls himself a billionaire. That's pretty funny. He can't even prove his net worth. I mean, Gawker is saying he's worth maybe $4 billion, if at all, but he's saying he's worth $10 billion. Yeah, borrowed money, I'm telling you. Owned. And they're already picking a replacement for Scalia. Look at these rabid Marxists that want to plant another illegal alien, another newly formed alien, naturalized citizen, and stick him where Scalia was. Oh yeah, they're lubing up, ready to stick their Marxist you-know-what down your you-know-what, or up your you-know-what, if you know what I mean. Wrong, Richard. You need to read government law. President's required to put all of his money in a public trust. No one told Donald yet, so don't tell him yet, okay? He doesn't know. In the process of stealing my ideas, he didn't listen to what I had to say. I never asked for Mexico to pay for the fence, not the wall, the fence that I'm going to build. Have you ever laid brick? Seriously. Trump thinks we're going to build a wall and bill it to Mexico. Trump would be a fool to select Jesse Ventura as his running mate. Bring it.
I'm Jesse Ventura, and I'm going to be the Vice President of the United States.
I mean, come on. Give me a break. What a joke. Okay, you've laid pipe. Have you ever laid brick? A wall would take 20 times longer than a fence. I can unravel the fencing around the FEMA camps in America, the northern FEMA camps, run it down to the southern border. I can make 50 miles of fencing a day. That's right, 50 miles of fencing a day. Oh, we could haul. At least 500 miles could be done in 6 months. But you can't build a wall brick by brick. China took, 100 years to build the Chinese wall? The wall of China? China! This guy grabs my ideas and then pulls solutions out of his ass. And then farts out an answer. That's his fart. Him saying he's going to get Mexico to pay for it. He's already exploiting his mistakes. I got to tell you, it is a little bit intelligent to exploit your mistakes. I mean, he can't go back on claiming Megyn Kelly is bleeding from her eyes. He can't go back on all the terrible things he said, like he would go out in the street. If he went out in the street and shot somebody, his voters are so loyal that they'll continue to vote for him. So he's already into homicidal ideation, hating on women, hating on lesbians, hating on Muslims, hating on Latinos and Mexicans, and somehow the Republicans think he's going to be the guy to win the election. You see how completely incompetent the Republican Party is? It's like a party imploding right now. Watching that is like watching two people play baseball without bats and beating each other up when they get to the mat. It's a joke. No, in fact, that was never my idea. It was his idea. Trump went out in front of the American people a couple weeks ago and said that if he went out in the street and shot somebody, he's so popular and his voters are so loyal that they're still going to vote for him. So they would vote for a homicidal murderer. That's what he's saying. His supporters are so supportive of him, they would vote for a homicidal murderer. Nice. That's what I mean by fascist. You see a little bit of Hitler there. And that's exactly why Donald Trump spent all those years reading Hitler's speeches next to his bed. Ivana Trump testified to that in the deposition in their divorce case. I know, Richard. They don't even see me coming. You realize that I've been honing my skills over the past 7 years, reading the scripts right out of the chat. Your words have been my script. That's what I love about what we've done here. The reading that I've done, the voluminous reading of your chat, is helping to mold and script what could very well be the answers to this country's prayer. A new third party that unites the American people, that brings us together who are fiscally conservative with the people that are concerned about social problems but doesn't bankrupt our nation and get the control back from the Wall Street executives that control our country. So I look better than Connie and Joan Rivers. You think I've got the best hair right now, huh? The debate matches me on my most emotional day. Well, I'm glad a lot of you have had a little, peak moment of orgasmic pleasure listening to the Republicans finally get close to an erection. Yeah, it's almost like having sex. But you didn't quite reach your climax, and that's because they don't hit the talking points that resonate among the American people. The American people don't know what to do at this point. We've waited around for American jobs to get better, for salaries to increase, and all we've seen is our prices going up, up, up at every market we go to. When you go shopping, it's kind of like a nightmare. You can't walk out without spending a $100 bill for the family of whatever, just to eat that week. You have to be incredibly adept at saving money to save money in this economy. I happen to be one of those people that's fiscal genius. I hate to say it, but I've got the way and the method to get this country to be functioning, triggering growth, and cutting waste at the same time. That's what we need. A functional system that doesn't in any way jeopardize anybody's stability, but doesn't encourage welfare fraud, doesn't encourage Medicaid fraud like we have now with the Democrats and the Republicans. We've got people in the mob trying to make money on oxygen deliveries. We've got all kinds of scams being pulled on the American people. In case you haven't looked, our budget is a nightmare. We look at the monthly budget report from the Treasury, and it's so out of whack. We are looking at incredible increases from Obamacare. 1.5 trillion over 10 years, over what we would have paid without Obamacare. So what I prophesized about Obamacare, and many others did, is truly coming true. It's robbing our nation of valuable equity. But what's worse is these Democrats, Republicans are willing to sell off our country to the lowest bidder. You're seeing it with the Hammond Ranch takeover in Oregon. Yeah. Trump has paid well. They've covered 4 bankruptcies for him, so he's got a lot of chips to pay back. No. He can't fix anything. He's part of the problem, and so are you. Corporate pigs have drained our nation of capital. Borrowing more money isn't going to make us in any way solvent. No way can we become solvent by borrowing more money. All Trump knows how to do is borrow money. You show me one of his businesses that shows a net profit. I'd like to see that. You can't see the writing on the wall. I don't have any bankruptcies to my name. This guy's got 4 bankruptcies, corporate bankruptcies. He's managed to fleece money out of companies, raping them of whatever equity. And by the way, this is called the buyout practice. It happens all the time. Big companies like the Carlyle Group and Cerberus, the company that just bought up Safeway, they're doing it all the time. Donald Trump is a buyout specialist. He's doing a hostile takeover of our nation right now. And if you're going to vote for him, you might as well bend over, grease up, grab your ankles, and say, "Do me, Nazi," because that's what that Nazi's going to do. He read Hitler's speeches next to his bed. Did you not hear me? The years he was married to Ivana Trump, he read Hitler's speeches every night before he went to bed. What the hell is wrong with you? All right. So, this guy, Srinivasan, when Justice Scalia was murdered, until we prove otherwise, when he was murdered, this guy is now going to be their stump pigeon to do their bidding. The Marxist that I'm talking about. Yeah, he is a Nazi. We've got the Nazis and Trump on the right and Cruz on the right, and we got the commies with Hillary and Bernie on the left. What about a centrist candidate do you not understand, guys? I mean, come on. I even created a form of economics that doesn't in any way look like communism or socialism. I mean, I'm trying my hardest to help out this country. This creates a loop of capital. This creates a loop of capital that continually grows, and the government can get a return on investment with hybrid capitalism. We don't need to charge more taxes like Bernie wants to do. We don't need to bill Mexico for a fence because Mexico's never going to pay for a fence on our land. Any moron would tell you that. This is a blend of forms of economics that bring together the best of the best and doesn't allow the government to be bigger, but rather smaller. This shrinks government, makes it more efficient, but triggers growth in our free market and even allows the government to compete in the free market, which is unheard of, with no unfair advantage. Anytime the government is accused of having unfair advantage, we'll look at that and say, no, we're not doing anything that any other company wouldn't be doing. When we get shelf space for our essential food program in America, and you can go to the store and buy a low-cost entree that's made in America, that's non-GMO, that is made of healthy ingredients and pay a fair price, that money goes right back into the government, into the USDA, which cuts the cost of food stamps and farm subsidies, offsets it. This is a plan to merge farm subsidies with the USDA EBT program combined. And this will actually get I'd estimate about a $40 billion a year savings. Right now we're paying close to $160 billion per year for farm subsidies combined with EBT and the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And it's large considering how many people are on it now. So we have a way to actually grow food. Farmers that don't grow food right now will be growing non-GMO food. We don't want any GMO food in this plan at all. I know, Carson's pathetic. I'm sorry that he even decided to run. He just doesn't have what it takes to lead this nation. Richard, you haven't made a single donation, so let's stop talking out of your butthole, okay? No, not sweating at all. I've just got a little hair in my eyes. Yeah, we can mute you. Is that better? Does you feel better being muted? Thank you. And all you can do is talk about my hair. Isn't that funny? It comes back to you and not having enough intelligence to actually ask a question about politics. You don't even know that you're being led to wars, do you? Young men are being cultivated in cities like Detroit and Cincinnati because they don't have anywhere to turn. They're going to join the military. And the military and all the psychopaths that are running our military want to start a ground war. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, Hillary, Bernie, they all want to start a ground war in Syria. And you're so out of it that you don't even realize that your family is going to go off to war and die. I'm trying to help you out here. I've been trying for some time. We won't start wars under my regime. We won't run around being 911 to the rest of the world. We won't in any way engage in the exportation of democracy, which is a failed policy, and every military expert will tell you it's always a failure. So what we have to do is realign our goals, and that means bring our troops home and guard our borders and build that 1,000-mile fence that will come out of the cost that we're currently paying prison labor, illegal alien prison labor. We won't be building Mexico because Donald never got my idea right when he stole it. We will simply pull the $25 billion to create the fence out of the budget to warehouse 400,000 illegal aliens currently in our prison system. And they'll get a chance to work off their time at the border and make a certain amount of money. They'll make $1 a day doing it. It's not, it's prison labor, but at least some people like it. Okay, at least a month. It's a great plan. And all those trailers that we were going to, just give away, FEMA trailers, are still sitting there, by the way. You didn't know that? I'm activating all those FEMA trailers. I'll be pulling them down to the southern border using Army and National Guard vehicles. We'll be positioning them, and they'll be opening up all the windows and airing them out. The formaldehyde risk will be nominal by the time we air these things out. And then when they're ready, the Mexican labor forces can move in. We will fence around that area. We'll have armed guards, but whatever. When I say Mexican, I mean illegal alien labor force. It could be Norwegians for all I know. How many Norwegian illegal aliens are there in our prison system? I don't know. There's got to be somebody named Olaf. He would be good at the fence there. And he could earn his freedom and be deported back to Norway. All right, so we've got a resounding positive. People support this idea. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. But we can't possibly build a wall. If any of you have laid brick, and I don't mean sitting on your toilet in the morning. Hang on. I'm talking about laying some serious brick. Trump has never laid a brick in his life. The guy's a joke. He wouldn't even know the beginning of building a wall. You want to see the wall that my family built? Are you ready for this? Thank you. My chromosomes came from a family that built a wall that took hundreds of years, but I'll be glad to show it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the town of Sponheim. Isn't this beautiful? Yes. Now I will bring you to the castle. That's right. It's an actual town in Germany. This is the wall that my family built. All right? Believe me, Trump doesn't even deserve to say the word wall or steal my idea when this is the wall that my family has created in Germany. All right? Thank you. So you want a guy to build a wall? I'm going to be the guy to build a fence. 100 times faster. This took forever to build. Trump's never laid a single slab of brick in his life. Thank you. I think I messed up my hair. Hang on. You have to comb this hair with other hair. You can't comb it with a regular brush. This is horse hair. No, I just wanted to show you my commitment to strong truth in this day of weak flim-flam artists and fake two-bit crony greedmongers, suck-asses, scumbags. I'm the real deal, guys. I don't need to brag about it. I'm just here to tell you. We don't need some guy who puts his money into some ridiculous plan and borrows my ideas. We need a person with good original ideas. A person who can come up with ideas on the fly, not 45 days later like Obama. This is the Sponheim Castle. I know. Well, I'm a little bit more, I have more virility than Peter. I'm much more virile of a man. I have to hold it back. I got to tell you, I am such a virile guy that, you know, it's like I have to suppress my libido all the time. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Video of the New Zealand quake. Okay, let's take a look. Whoa. Pretty cool. It's exactly what a quake feels like. Okay, we got a little quake action in New Zealand. Yeah. I've got good news, yeah, and good ideas. Thank you. Why did you build such a wall? Well, it was my family, my chromosomes built it. We were in an area of Germany in the Rhineland that was a passageway between two competing sectors. We kept scumbags from entering parts of Germany. And we were a pivotal place in the German history and the evolution of Germany. Although, you know, building a wall like this is no easy task, I'm sure. Talking about building a wall out of a man who's never laid one brick, you should know you're being lied to by this Donald Trump. He borrowed my idea of building a 1,000-mile fence, and now he thinks Mexico should pay for his wall. Now, like I said, I can pull FEMA camp fencing down and have more than enough fencing to roll that wall out within a year. But it will be a fence, not a wall. It'll be a lethal electric fence. Thank you. Yeah, screw Trump. I'm so tired of the liar that he is. And to take my ideas like he is, and he even took my weapons-free safe zone idea for Iraq. Yeah, I mean, he's just blatantly taking ideas away from me. We have a plan for Iraq where we can create safe havens for the people near populated areas. Christchurch just hit by a severe earthquake. Okay, we got more information. Yep. New Zealand, folks, major earthquake. Well, that's Monday, Fred. Fred, it's not alien night. It's anti-war night tonight, Fred. Talking about aliens is a diversion from the real issues. Yeah. This just in, Christchurch in New Zealand has been hit by a severe earthquake. What ye shall sow, ye shall reap. It is time to clean house, and believe me, you want a political revolution, it's time for a third party. Not Bernie. Believe me, Bernie's old world establishment, Bernie hasn't accomplished anything as a senator in 7 years. Yet the Democrats are so out of it, they cling to this belief that some socialist, raging Marxist is going to hash out an old form of economics when I've got a new form right in front of us as a hybrid capitalist form. Thank you. Okay, it's the same car parking garage moving. Okay. Oh, splash. Wow, that's a big earthquake. Hundreds evacuated in central Christchurch.
You just watched the cliff give way.
Look at the side of the wall there. It's crumbling. Yeah. Bernie is dangerous. He's smart enough to be dangerous and dumb enough to be dangerous. Here we go. Other photos. I'm tired of Bernie's complaining too. What has he ever done to stop Wall Street? We've got to stop Wall Street! We got to stop these people from taking our money! What, people like Donald?
She's the car there, okay?
I can just see Donald and Bernie in a head-to-head debate. Donald, you've got our money. We're going to get it from you. And Donald saying, I can borrow money faster than you can even print it. They can both spend money like crazy. Your tax dollars or Federal Reserve dollars, either way, inflation is a hidden tax on the American people. In case you didn't know, when they give money to people like Donald Trump, I'm serious. When they give money to people like Donald Trump, guess where it's coming from? Your wallet. They're watering down the currency. By printing up more, you get less. It's just like Kool-Aid. You go in there with a nice pitcher of Kool-Aid and go, hi, everybody, you want some fresh Kool-Aid? Oh, we're going to throw it in this 50-gallon container of water and then dilute it down, and you like flavored water by the time you got it. All right, thank you. Thank you from Christ Church, and we're back to talking about America. There's a lot of things happening in the Earth's crust, but I got to tell you, as long as they continually manipulate the air with these chemtrails, like this pattern of chemtrails that was just dispersed over New Zealand or Australia, near New Zealand. Look at this. This appeared off the southern coast of Australia on February 9th. A photo was taken by a scissor fight off of a geomap system. This is actually chemtrails laid across the sky. This is what they're doing to us. Right now, Sarah will be my vice presidential choice. But the lady that looks like Julia Roberts, but better. Yeah, anybody who doesn't recognize this is a serious problem, you don't understand what's happening. It's scary, yeah. You guys have been saying, hey, you're a whack job. These chemtrails, they're contrails, dude. It's just condensation patterns. You need to get with the program, which means you are getting fumigated and you don't even know it. Yeah, they probably did that over the entire city of Sandy Hook. All right, this is time to talk about other things, guys. I mean, I don't want to bore you with chemtrails. We'll slip that in anytime you have any questions about the psychotic tendency of elitists who want to poison the planet. Well, I know, I'm not a woman. You can't exactly talk about sex and say, hey, I like could you show us more of your body? This is a real show. Yeah, we actually talk about it. Yes, I can have a female vice presidential candidate, of course. Sarah's perfectly capable. She's over 35. She just turned 38 years old. She's very intelligent, extremely logical, and I must tell you, has a very nice demeanor. I've never met a person with a nicer demeanor than Sarah's. Why do you think I chose her in my life? I realize that I'm a fairly difficult person in general. I realize that. But at the same time, I'm a fair person, and I'm not a person who would ever abuse a woman. But Sarah's got such a nice demeanor that she's like in heaven whenever we go anywhere. It's like you don't have arguments. I don't need help. That's the point. Sarah's the perfect companion. I'm so happy I chose her in my life. She will be my wife when I marry her. Okay, we've got somebody says DEFCON 3. I say DEFCON 4. What do you say? Doom alert. Scalia is dead. We don't know if this is a murder, but right now it's not being investigated, but we'll find out. That was a criticism somebody had at one time, but no, she's not. She's actually a very calming person. Thank you. Perfect hair tonight. Doom alert. Yeah. I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe it's natural causes. They needed Scalia out of the picture. It looks to me like the heart attack gun. Trump's attitude is one of a greedy corporate pig who can't relate to any of us. And he's never going to give you any money. He's exploited labor all of his life. He wouldn't even know the meaning of hybrid capitalism. This concept would be too much for him to comprehend. You can believe all you want. I don't want to hear about it. And that's a bannable offense in this room. No. I know many people fat at 79. Let me show you one such person who lived to be 94 and had a weight problem. He was one of the most famous actors of our time. Yeah, you know people are skinny at 49 and dead, exactly. Well, I was going to show you that, but I can't. He's not popping up in front of me right now. Let me check one other source here. I don't smoke joints, dude. No. I don't believe in smoking joints. Unless you're at a party when somebody hands you a joint and says, "Hey man, you want to take a smoke on this?" Well, it might make it easier to sit and listen to you talk there with a beer in your hand and go, "Hey, how you doing, babe?" So yeah, I'll take a hit, thanks. But that's the only time I would smoke a joint. When all else fails, go to YouTube, right? That's what I should do every single time. No, I don't do... My preference is vaping. Yeah, I have inhaled, and I've vaped before. It's pretty calming. It's not a bad way to do it. A famous a guy named Ernest Borgnine spoke out toward the end of his life on a show, and he did amazing. I mean, he lived almost to the end. He was in Poseidon Adventure. He sported a huge belly all those years. So you can't just tell me that. Let's listen to Ernest Borgnine talk about how he stays so young. This is before he died, of course.
On our couch today, we're going to talk to you in the After the Show show. But
Real quickly, you're 91 years old. You look fantastic. You look like you're in your late 60s, early 70s. What's the secret?
I don't dare tell you.
No meat. You don't eat meat.
I masturbate a lot.
Okay, I think... Thank you, Ernie. That was great.
I actually heard that.
Ernie, have you ever been on YouTube before that?
Listen. Yesterday.
What are you talking about?
It went all over the place.
Okay, we're going to take a quick time out. He'll be in the After the Show show. Log on to foxandfriends.com.
Ernest Borgnine, famous actor, McHale's Heroes, big belly, just like Justice Scalia. Justice Scalia could have lived past 90. He's dead at 79, folks. I definitely should. I would ask if they investigate to check for the signs of the the heart attack gun. The CIA heart attack gun is a known weapon that's actually appeared in Senate subcommittee hearings. If somebody got close to him with this, it's quittance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you the CIA's heart attack gun. If you think that Justice Scalia died natural causes, I challenge you to watch this video.
Also, I had to find, one time they wanted me to find out if there was such a thing as a poison that was undetectable, especially one that seemed to mimic a heart attack, that would kill someone, but it would appear that they had a heart attack. I did find such a thing.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
The poison was frozen into some sort of dart, and then it was shot at very high speed into the person. So when it reached the person, it would melt inside them, and the only thing would be like one little tiny red dot on their body, which was hard to detect, there wouldn't be a needle left or anything like that in the person.
But also the toxin itself would not appear in the autopsy?
Yes, so that there was no way of perceiving that the target was him.
All right. Yeah, I've been... Thank you. Watching a lot of good stuff like this is enough to make anyone more aware. Thanks for coming into our anti-war rally, everybody. I'm David Sponheim, running for president against all odds. And you are the ones, the thinking American voters, that need to decide, do you want to be lied to yet again with the two parties? Do you want to be told the same old BS that they tell you, like they're going to cut the budget, which is proven time and time again under 8 years of Bush and 7 years of Barack Obama to not be true? Well, yeah, a vote for a third party. If you simply write my name in instead of not vote, I will win this election. I'm not kidding. You tell everybody you know who doesn't vote, if you simply write Dave Sponheim in the ballot in the general election, I'll have enough votes to beat the Democrats and Republicans. 34% to 40% of our society is not even voting. Third party is the only way. We support term limits, so we'll always stand behind term limits. If we get people into office, it'll be 2 terms for senator and 4 terms for House of Representatives. Guarantee that you won't have repeat crony capitalism and the crony government that we have. Man, I had one heck of a buffet today. We got there and they said, well, sir, this will be brunch. And I was expecting something a little bit more lunch-oriented. But I still managed to get one hell of a shrimp omelet, I'm telling you. And it was so funny when I asked the guy who's making omelets brilliantly, could you please throw like heavy on the shrimp? And he said to me, gosh, everybody today's been heavy on the shrimp. Well, yeah, because you don't have any really good ingredients at your salad bar, dude. I didn't tell him that. But yeah, nice big shrimp in my omelet. It was really good. And then we had a variety of stuff. It was just, almost too much to handle. I never had problems with pronunciation. Yeah, I'm really good at pronunciation. In fact, I'm a former voiceover artist, and I made enough money in my life to retire at a young age. And, I used to do these videos and commercials that you'd hear in the background. Dial 1-800-555-1212. And, you'd wonder, who is that voice? Well, I'm the guy that did a lot of those voices for cable. And it just got to the point where I didn't want to do it anymore. So pronouncing things was not my primary goal during those years. But now that I'm running for president, pronunciation is key. I remember I had a client once who said to my producer what the name of their business was. And I did a demo for them. And my producer didn't hear the pronunciation of his demo. And I misstated the name of their company. And it was just bizarre. They dropped me like a hot potato. It's his fault. But pronunciation is key. And I can tell you, if somebody tells you the wrong pronunciation of something and you pronounce it differently, it can ruin a client relationship. Absolutely. No, I gave up my interest in all of that when I realized how corrupt it was. I started in radio here in Washington, and I ran into the most corrupt payola radio producer in U.S. history. And I worked for him unknowingly, not realizing he was historically the biggest, most corrupt payola guy in the industry. I won't mention his name, but he is the preeminent sore on the back of the payola scandal that occurred in the 1960s and 70s. He was the guy who did really bad bookings with corrupt rock stars, got all kinds of radio play for people that primed the pump with payola. He was indicted by the IRS, and before I even met him, and I didn't even know any of this. And here I'm working for this guy, not realizing I have yet the worst boss on earth. And then lo and behold, I tried getting more work in radio in the Seattle area, and it ruined me. Yeah, it ruined me. Just putting his name on my resume blacklisted me. I had no idea he had this bad rap all the way back. Anyway, thank you. So I got out of a corrupt industry, and I don't want to be a participant in media that lies to people incessantly. I believe that my worth is greater than that. I didn't need to be a person who became a money whore and did whatever they told me to say on a teleprompter. And lo and behold, I started this campaign looking at Obama and realizing he was simply a teleprompter reader, not a real person who really wanted to change things. And I said, this has got to be my call to action. And I told Sarah, you know, Sarah, I'm wealthy enough. I don't need to work. I don't have debt. I could easily do this. There's nothing stopping me from running a third-party campaign here. And we started it, and here we are, 7, 8 years later, and still reaching out to the American people with the same intent. I'm not trying to change your views. I'm trying to help adapt to your views so that we can find some commonality here and agreement.
He is trying to help you realize that you should vote for David.
Yeah,
for president.
That's what we're trying. Yeah, we're doing it the best way we can. So Sarah and I came up with this idea of hybrid capitalism in 2010. Actually, we started about 2009. We started writing the book, and we started writing it on the highway while we were driving. We did a couple of road trips. In 2010, we actually started writing the book, and we finished it in 2012, and we published it, but it's still very relevant to today. So now you can download this book at our website. If you go to AmericasThirdParty.com, you can download this book for 99 cents. We tried to get a free download, but we couldn't. It's AmericasThirdParty.com. And I'll get a banner out there for you, and you can check out our website. You can watch our website, and if you ever have any problem getting into chat, you can always go there to get into a chat room. We've got a couple of competing chat rooms in there right now. Okay, yeah. But the goal is to really build a good platform, and we have a good platform. You can check it out. It's unique to anything the two parties have. We want to legalize marijuana. It's a pivotal part of the entire growth of our economy. It's already working in key states across the country. 20 states now have medical marijuana and recreational marijuana laws. So we really think it's time. A president should lead in this matter. And you can imagine the economy is going to come alive instantly. A lot of people who don't know what to do with their millennial kids are going to say, well, I guess he can legally grow in the shed now, honey. I mean, let him go ahead and do it. And pretty soon your kid will be a prophet, and you will see the benefit of him doing that. Right now it's totally illegal in a lot of states, so don't encourage your child to do that. Yeah. I don't want to cut, no. 15% goes to the federal government, and out of that we will dole out whatever taxes per capita for the states. Every state with more people will get more money of that chunk, but we'll give them a portion of that 15% back. And across the board it'll be good. It will, however, negate all taxes at the state level. Any state that's currently trying to monetize it won't be able to do it. We will federally force all states to turn over any profits from taxes, eliminate their taxation program, because what we don't want is for, like in Washington, it's slowing down the business of marijuana trade. You still see a big black market trade in marijuana here in Washington. It's still happening. There are a lot of people that buy ounces and don't go to the stores, and because they want 75% taxes on this product that they're selling. So they're getting greedy. Washington is a very Marxist state, so they're going to want to take and suck. And frankly, you need to make a lot more fair price for things. Yeah.
I didn't see it for 07. I was too busy watching something else.
300 an ounce is probably a going rate nationally, even for a black market weed. But you can get black market weed for a lot less than that here in Washington.
Wow, that is quite a
I hear.
up on I-78. Man.
Check this out. A massive crash. This is just pandemonium in Washington.
Killed and, no, it wasn't in Washington. It was on I-78 in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. This is the Seattle PI?
Yes, the Seattle PI is writing about it.
Wow, look at that. Yeah. That's image 1 of 22. Let's advance this.
I'm going to.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me get it on
Whoa, look at that. Whoa.
Holy moly.
Justice Scalia has died, Potato Girl. Yes.
Oh, that's so sad.
No doubt the suicide, the heart attack gun could have been used in this. You were bored when you were born. Yeah, you're obviously unable to stimulate your own brain.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Please don't write anything in any way demoralizing about this. Thank you. I'm trying to help you. And I wouldn't want to be in that accident.
Yeah, luckily that tanker didn't explode. It's true.
Well, Divinus Super has raised a good point. What about digital currency so banks can continue to prop themselves up other fruits without cash currency being withdrawn? Divinus digital currency is the problem. They're printing money left and right using digital currency. The fractional reserve banking system relies on digital currency. You've noticed how old the $20 bills are getting in your pocket? That's because they're cutting back on the actual printing of money. Yeah, that's not a fun accident. Somebody had a little powwow over in the corner. Can you imagine being in the middle of that with your video camera?
Oh my gosh.
No, somebody was drinking, I'm sure. Alcohol-related deaths.
Also snow.
Oh, snow and alcohol will do it. Yeah, there's hardly anybody that's ever died from marijuana-related injuries. In 2011, they did a study of the number of deaths on the highway due to alcoholism and drinking and driving. 17,000 dead in 2011 from drinking and driving. And of those, they found marijuana in 103 of them. 103 out of 17,000 were drinking and had marijuana in their system as well. But no one accident was attributed solely to marijuana. So that's the stat you need to take home with you. No, we don't have a border strong enough 247. Obama never even built a fence. It's 600 miles long and it's not even a fence, it's some barbed wire. We need a 1,000-mile fence, like I said, in 2007. I started this campaign in 2008. We built the 1,000-mile fence idea. I actually measured the distance we needed. I sat there on Google and was measuring exactly the areas that were weak and how we could build it. And then lo and behold, I run this campaign for 7 years without any mainstream media attention, and Trump borrows 5 of my ideas and claim them as his own. Isn't that amazing? So if I were you, I'd be pissed that you and I are being marginalized and kept out of the political process that was supposed to be laid out for us. I would think a lot of you'd be enraged at the fact that the Americans are unable to even get a word in edgewise.
Thanks, skeptic.
Thanks, Richard. I'm going to get some more coffee out of the thermos.
Minus 10 degrees. Minus almost 11 degrees in Maine. Auburn. Ooh. Is that up in, like, northern Maine? That makes me cold just hearing that. Well, you've heard of me, so that's a win. Minus 10 in, are you in Massachusetts? Man, that weather is cold. Well, he has a life. Maybe you need to get one if you don't enjoy watching him and listening to him. If that's not enjoyable to you, maybe you need to do something else. I don't smoke anything. I don't ingest any of that naughty stuff. Oh, well, 98.6 right here. 98.7. Oh, well, they are teeth that are not... yes, you could say something like that. 361. They're called press-on veneers. Well, thank you. I probably would be lost without David. Oh, trolling is fun. Then enjoy it. Ingesting is swallowing, JPF. Because he feels that he's too intelligent for that university, 921. I don't think you've completed your thought, 247. You might want to go back and complete your thought. Oh, your cell phone says -2. It's supposed to be -12 in Northeast Pennsylvania. Wow. Oh, okay. 576. Whatever you say. I'll just say this. I'm not on anything. Yeah. But then we'd have to burn all that wood. You just completed your thought. Okay. I have heard some people think wood burning stoves are worse than other things. Oh, okay. Have fun with that, 987. I know where you're going. They were wood burning stoves were banned in Ohio, and just at the end of last year. Wow. No, 361. I don't feel any of that. It's hot, but they tried to get you to blow by a snowblower. Okay, that's strange. All right. I have more viewers. Good. More viewers are always welcome. Hi, viewers. Welcome. How are you? Enjoy the show. I know all these people are. I think you might be onto something, Richard. That might be the case. So the EPA got involved and banned the new purchase of wood burning stoves. Wow. Yeah, why now? $160 a cord? Wow. How many cords do you go through in a winter? 312? 2 or 3 cords, something like that.
He said 160 a cord.
160 a cord.
I've seen cords as low as 100 in our area. We've got pretty cheap wood around here.
No JPF, that's weird. Well, if you have the wood, then wood burning would be free. But if you don't have wood on your property, then you have to buy the wood. Yeah. And sometimes you can't get the wood because it's on other people's property. It all depends on where you're from.
I have to keep the wood.
If you're in Arizona, you're not going to find any wood, but of course then you don't necessarily need to burn wood there.
Convicted felons can actually work in our homestead renewal plant.
And I would like to allow them to petition judges to get their rights back. Like right now, convicted felons can't vote and they can't possess a firearm. I would like them to be able to go back to court and petition to have their rights reinstated.
Absolutely. I'm in favor of giving them a pathway to getting back on track and becoming voting citizens. Excuse me, but Trump is a mainstream establishment character. He's not in any way building a revolution of any sort at all. He's actually ruining the Republican Party right now. Our relationship has never been better.
We have a great relationship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Alaska does have earthquakes all the time. It's on the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, we lost a really important guy. It's...
Well, I mean, I think there should be a process, 921. At least a process for you to, petition and say, I've reformed. Not that everyone has reformed, but... There's Georgia.
This is almost a very simple map of the Middle East. I wanted to show you guys. It touches on a variety of aspects, including Russia at the top. The Middle East, yeah. Very simplistic, easy to look at.
That is pretty easy to read.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Kyrgyzstan.
So what our government's been doing is supporting the global elitists, and I'm talking about the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Bergstroms, the Warburgs, all the richest people. And in the process of pushing globalists and Wall Street executives like Donald Trump and giving them all the money they need to continue to borrow and continue to pretend like they have money, they've pulled the wool over the American people's eyes, and now we're stuck with kind of a framework which what they're trying to do is they're using Turkey. Because Turkey wants to become maintain their NATO alliances, they've actually become the target of flyovers by Russia in this area. Let me get a different color pen. Hang on.
We figured most people are skeptical.
Yeah. So we're looking at a general effort by elitists to control our government and use Turkey as a pivot point. Now, Turkey was attacked by, actually was simply shot on 2 Russian pilots and killed them. I think one escaped from the accident, but this was a provocative thing by Turkey. They basically fired one on Russia, and Russia is obviously worried about their entanglement in Syria. What our government is being used for is they're trying to take out Syria out of the equation. If they can knock Syria out of the equation, they can go after Iran. See, Syria is a major supplier of support for Iran. What they want to do is take over all the central banks. Iran's central bank. They want to take over Syria's central bank.
They want the Mediterranean seaport.
And they want a Mediterranean seaport. The elitists want to maintain total control over the world politics and the economy. And they need to take out Russia too, because Russia is a stand against the New World Order. And since the elitists that run our country are trying to control foreign policy right now and are doing it effectively, they'll take your young men and women and send them off to war like there was nothing. Kissinger has already said that soldiers are pawns in a bigger game. They're stupid. Kissinger's made it very clear that they don't care about innocent people. They'll kill anybody they want, because war actually works towards their agenda, which is global domination. Yep, that's their agenda. And depopulation. Global world domination and depopulations. Believe me, I didn't want to wear a wig, but I was forced to wear the wig. Somebody said I was having a bad hair day, and I agreed. I looked at my hair. I said, I just drove 100 miles today, had a great meal, did some shopping, but my hair is a wreck, so I threw the wig on. Thank you. Well, the nuclear war potential is very real. And by the way, Richard, you're right. The elites have some Jewish heritage. The Zionist influence is very obvious here. The Rockefellers, the Warburgs are Jewish. There are many Jewish backings to the banking system. I even said 85% of our banking community is Jewish. But we're not out to be angry at Jewish people. This isn't an anti-Semite attack on Jewish people. Kissinger's, he's Jewish too. The fact is, we have lost our way as a nation. We need to pull back from the elitist ruling class that runs our nation through our two-party system. And the best way to do that is a third party. It is a vehicle by which we can get accountability from Washington. We can get these people to shake, shiver, and wonder what the heck's going on, because they think they control everything. They think they control everyone, too. They have an entitlement, the Democrats and Republicans. I really do hope that Donald Trump wins the Republican nomination. My file at UCLA is classified. I wouldn't doubt that right now the American government is looking at me as a potential winning candidate in 2016. because of the political system and how corrupt both parties seem, it may be the best avenue to have a centrist president who can talk to both sides of the aisle. No, I'm afraid libertarians never had any original ideas, Richard. They had over 80 years to come up with some good ideas, and they didn't have any ideas to solve America's problems. Getting rid of government isn't the solution. I believe the government is responsible for triggering jobs and creating the environment for the free market to flourish. Libertarianism simply hates on the government. It's not the solution, Richard. And they never, ever came up with solid solutions. You go to our website, and our simple platform, which we've given you a skeleton of right now, outlines a complete, brand new political revolution for this nation that would be implemented and would not destabilize our economy. Hey, I like libertarians, don't get me wrong, but libertarians never had the solution. So you're saying they are the third party? No, not quite. Some people say I'm a progressive libertarian. That's how they classify what I do. I'm not a left-winger, and I'm not a fascist. I want a solid two-thirds majority to rule as a democracy, and I want us to adhere to the rule of law outlined in our Constitution. All of this can work together. I believe that this little document here is probably the most important document our forefathers could have possibly left us. But it hasn't been adhered to, and Obama and Bush have undermined the very tenets of this great document. This NDAA, and even as far back as Directive 51 with Bush, has 6 months to justify martial law, all of that was written to create a bigger, broader police state. And both parties have been serving a totalitarian order, which is strangling the American opportunity and the rights of the freedoms of the American people. I keep it in plastic. Everything I have is preserved in plastic. I actually have a presidential library already packaged, ready to go. It's zipped up in plastic. I'm going to drop the Ustream.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a presidential library ready to go. I'm ready to move it into the White House and give you guys a chance to visit us at our buffet. Once we open it in the lawn of the White House, we're going to have an organic garden, and we're going to grow vegetables that we'll serve at the salad bar. We want everybody to get involved. We want to bring local people food from our garden, and I will donate 25% of my salary when I become president to local food banks. I will actually be buying fertilizer for our garden to produce food for the food banks. That's how serious I am. And we'll be doing any kind of additional purchasing of second, I guess they call them, well, the Daily Pantry in Massachusetts does this. They get fruit and vegetables that are slightly tainted with blemishes, organic food that would normally sell for $3 a pound. They sell for 75 cents a pound or less. I like that idea. I really do. I'm going to bring back that concept. Coming back to the earth, getting America back to the breadbasket of this nation. The nice thing about me is I can talk for hours. So the media won't be short of anything to say with me. I'm filled with information, and I can provide instantaneous results. I don't need to wait for my speechwriters like Obama and have them work on a teleprompter. Well, make no mistake about it. Let me get back to you in 45 days after the oil spill completely contaminates Mexico. And we'll issue a statement. It took him 45 days to respond to the Gulf of Mexico oil spill. That's not the kind of president I would be. I would have been there the next day. We would have been analyzing the water. We'd have sent Navy crews and submarines down. I mean, I want to be proactive. And yes, I do have a big mouth. I'm not going to hide behind what really is going on here. I'm a person who can speak. And I've done a lot of it. I've done over 7,000 hours of broadcasting on the air since we started. So I'm not running out of things to say.
No, you're capable of looking that up if you're able to watch my chat.
Okay, this is interesting. Gateway Pundit is saying, did Ted Cruz enter the U.S. illegally in 1974? Yeah, he was a Canadian citizen for a long time. Lawrence Sellin, a PhD, is a retired colonel with 29 years of experience in the U.S. Army Reserves, argues that Ted Cruz entered the U.S. illegally as a child in 74. His parents failed to file a CRBA form, which is required by U.S. law. They didn't file it until 1986. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of questions about Ted Cruz's viability. You Republicans, if you do go behind Ted Cruz, it's good for me. It really is. He's a right-winger. He's got ties to Goldman Sachs. I could exploit that. His social values are absurd. We can beat Ted Cruz. And if you guys, Republicans, want to vote for Donald Trump, he's a guy who read Hitler's speeches next to his bed, according to the Ivana Trump divorce hearing statements. Yeah, we can exploit that. We can exploit the fact that Donald Trump just said recently that if he went out in the street and shot somebody, his supporters are so loyal they'd still vote for him. A guy with homicidal ideation, we can use that against him. The fact that he has 4 corporate bankruptcies, we can work on that too. Believe me, I can beat Donald Trump with 1 minute of mainstream media attention. It's up to you, the voter, to get me that minute of media attention. No, I'm serious. We can pick him apart. He is completely losable in this race. No, he doesn't bounce back. He screams, he calls people names, and he bullies people. That's not bouncing back. That's a guy who's like a badger, hiding his little greedy little pit where he spends most of his time and his money. That's not a real candidate. That's a guy who's just like Barack Obama, divisive, not willing to negotiate. Believe me, I can take him down in a stretch. I'm the next president of the United States, whether you like it or not. And if you can't accept that reality, then you probably shouldn't be here. The only thing standing between me and the presidency is 1 minute of airtime. That's it. So if you want to live in a nation that's completely censored and lies to you and exploits you and treats you like a common wage slave, yeah, sure, keep voting for people like Trump. They'll use you, exploit you, and spit you out for dinner. No, I don't yell and call people names, no. I never have. I've got a pretty low-key show, in case you didn't notice. I've had a few times where I kind of flipped out. I'd say 5 times. No, they don't think I'm a joke. They're scared of me, Guest 228. They are frightened that I can cut through the BS of American politics and get to the truth. They're as frightened of my ability to speak and my ability to command a large audience. I was at public meetings with Sarah when we first started in 2007. We went out and visited the Democrats. I have a whole group of people. With 2 or 3 questions, I had the whole group of people absolutely ignited with interest. Everybody wanted to talk. I can turn an entire community into an active political group of voters. I can activate lots of people. I've got an activation tool inside of my being. I can get people motivated. Yeah, they're not going to always agree with me. It's true. But I think we need to get this thing off the ground and build the steam necessary to at least get some time in the media. I mean, come on, if you can't see this as a complete hoax, the entire political system by now, you're not paying attention. So yeah, we need to do a little Shah action here, Sarah. So if you don't mind, I've got to do my dance routine in which I have fun on this pre-Halloween night.
I'll take a little break.
Well, yeah, or you can dance with me. I can't stop because we got to keep this whole thing going here.
Bring it on to the sunlight.
All right.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance.
Thank you, Dancing David.
On to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Come on, let's get some. Come on. Get on. All right, let the voter revolt get going here, folks. This is all we can do. All right.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make
gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Spawn High. America's Third Party.
Right. Yeah. All right, thank you for that little break.
We can't stop.
But we got to stop it. All right, Richard, I think your time to go out of the room. I think what I want Richard to do is stick his anti-Semitic BS attitude and take it where the sun don't shine, buddy. Yeah. I don't like your anti-Semitism, Richard. You know, there's a lot of Jewish people who support me. All right. And, you know, for you to come in here hating on Jewish people, it's wrong. Wrong. Am I right, folks? Thank you. All right. Well, ISIS is as close as a phone call away. Yeah. We can call the CIA and say, hey, hi. You're going to have to suspend Operation ISIS. Cancel your relationship to the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Right. Now, just cancel. We're not going to support Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. All right, good. Thank you. I think we're wrapped up there. Good. No more wars. No more fake terrorism. All right, good. Thank you. Change of policy, folks. End of problem. Then we beef up our borders. What I'd like to do at our airports is phase out the TSA and bring on the U.S. military in plain clothes. We've got National Guardsmen and Coast Guard men and women that could work at the airports and ports of entry and not have a problem whatsoever. We're currently over budget by $7 billion a year, thanks to the TSA. And DHS is costing about $60 billion a year, which is not good. Trump is clearly a Zionist, and I don't like Zionists. Yeah. I'm anti-Zionism. All right, thank you very much. But yeah, we definitely aren't going to get any answers from the right-wing fascist Trump or Cruz or the left-wing commie Hillary and Bernie. So I think politics has gotten pretty simple for a lot of you. You got the Bernie, Hillary, commie plan, and you got the fascist Ted Cruz Trump plan. I mean, fascism or communism, your choice, or centrism in the middle of the political spectrum, because obviously this country needs something that is out of the box, brand new, a real political revolution, not some BS thing that Bernie Trump is whatever he's. Yeah, thank you. I don't think Trump's a revolutionary, and I don't believe Bernie is either. He can barely change his Depends underwear. Neither. All right, Richard, you're out of here. You got one last chance to not support Trump here. Yeah, we don't need you anti-Semites here, Richard. Get the hell out of here. Trump is a corporate pig. You're gone. We ended Richard Einstein's time here, folks. He won't be coming back. We finally flushed the Trump fascist out of here. Trump does not give a crap about the American people. You're so right, Guest 228. Thank you. Well, if Trump wanted to make a phone call to me and got me involved in this, it would be a different story, but he's just stealing my ideas right now. Has been for the past couple of years. Trump will ruin relations with the Middle East. A sheikh in the Middle East has openly stated that we are not going to, they're not going to be doing business with America if Trump wins the election. Meaning the price of fuel will skyrocket. Now there you go again. You're talking about Ross Perot and that giant sucking sound. Those are your tax dollars flying out of your pocket. And under Bernie Sanders, you would be... Now there you go again. Yeah, you would be ripped off by Bernie Sanders. He'd suck your tax dollars just like Ross Perot said he would. Or they would, yeah.
Well, I will do Ronald Reagan. But I have to channel him, and he's been gone for a long time. Well, I have to get that Reagan feel. Let me subtract 100 IQ points. Hold on. Nancy, is it time for my astrology reading? Okay, I'll just sit here and wait for Don Regan to bring me my jelly beans.
You know that Ronald Reagan was the first New World Order actor president that we ever had? He wasn't a real politician. He was an actor.
Well, I look like him because I'm channeling him.
Yeah, he was just a guy who read off a script, just like Barack Obama, and every election you've been falling for these guys. I'm the only real-time, impromptu, extemporaneous candidate out there. The only one who can even get close to this fluidity that I have would be Ted Cruz. He speaks very well off camera and off teleprompter. Thank you. And a lot of you social conservatives have to realize, even though I'm not a social conservative, I am attentive to your concern about abortion and excessive abortion. This recent case with Planned Parenthood is a disaster. Did you know the guy who did the hidden camera recording of the Planned Parenthood 9 clinics he went to is being charged with a crime? He's actually in jail right now. He did the hard work to find this incredible abuse of our abortion clinics going on, and then he gets charged with a crime because he didn't tell them that he was filming and that he wasn't actually trying to buy baby body parts. I mean, can you imagine how sick that is? Going into Planned Parenthood and now being accused of, he literally is a savior. He's showing the American people, we are turning abortions into baby mills. So yeah, I'm concerned, guys. Even though I am technically pro-choice, I would rather a woman didn't choose an abortion. And frankly, I'm willing to push a first trimester legislation forward if we have the ability. First trimester is the time you should make the decision to abort. You know, you can't sue the Commission on Public Debating. People have tried 921. They flat out have the ability to set the bar at 15%. If you can get 15%, how come you haven't gotten me on the ballot in your state? I bounce it right back to you. If you can get me 15% support in any one state, I could theoretically sue the Commission on Public Debating. Can I debate Trump on an intellectual level? No. He borrows my ideas. He can't compete with me intellectually. I have 185 IQ. Trump is barely at 100. He struggles. Now, many of you who are obviously anti-Semitic will be banned from the show. One thing I can't stand is anti-Semitism in this show. Well, because Trump never really had his IQ tested. He went to Wharton. It's not for the smartest guys around. Wharton is, yeah. You got money, you take your poor kid who can't get his act together and send him to Wharton. Are you Jewish? No, I'm not. But I can tell you that many people who are Jewish, who want to support me, don't like you coming down on them because they're Jewish. Seriously. I was accused of having bad hair today, so I decided to throw my hairpiece on. If you watch the retake of this video on YouTube, you'll see the original hair of the show. I agreed with the people in the show. I said, you're right. I mean, I was on the road today. The hair was a little messy, so I just threw this on. You're going to rake me over the coals all night long? I mean, come on. I'll tell you. I get no respect. Take my wife. I don't have a wife. Well, I'm doing the best I can. You know, with this kind of intellect, you don't want to waste it. And I decided to take my intellect out there. The reality is, if I can't push good ideas and give you guys a solid way to get this country back on track, I'm not doing my job. He wears that wig in public? Who does? Yeah, whenever I go to Manhattan Beach, I hang out with a lot of surfers wearing this wig. It's true. It's like, hey dude, surf's up, man. For sure. I'm going to step out for a second, but I want to play you a little video about a little ditty about Jack and Diane. I know. You've been to Manhattan Beach? You can barely park up the street from the bars at night. It's hard to access. Yeah. I'll be right back. I've got to take care of something. I'm going to leave you with my ingenue. He'll be giving you all kinds of interesting statements. Many people wonder if I've done any kind of political work as other people. Well, this guy's been duplicating a lot of my work. I know. And he's here with another person trying to come up with solutions to America's problems. He and the other guy are going to be working on this until they can figure it out, because they can't stop.
And we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up. Partner, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
Question. Somebody said David has an erection already? What do you mean? How can you say that? Do you have any idea what an erection looks like? No, you don't, because you've never had one. So don't go there. We've got a little problem. Right now we still have what's left of our great nation, but they're trying to suck it dry and destroy it, kill it off, take its land, take the Hammonds, the Bundy ranches, uranium rights to Russia, gold mining rights to China. They'll sell our country off if we don't keep our country and get it back from these corporate pigs. If we don't do this now, this is what you'll have for the future. Welcome to 2030, after the two parties get done with this country. All right. Yeah. Beautiful post-war nuclear era. Isn't this great? Little glimpse of the future for you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm a little excited. Is that okay? Yeah, the New World Order. Exactly, man. Time to divide and multiplex. Yeah, you know. By the way, this is an actual wig, whereas Trump, he pretends like he has real hair. Now, I do have real hair under here, and I started the show with real hair if you want to go back in the registry and figure this out. But you don't need to go there. Folks, if we have a two-party leader right now, the American people won't have a single chance to speak out. There won't be a political voice in the country, and you will have rioting in the streets. Just like the rioters that George Soros paid for in Baltimore. These guys do not come cheap, you know. $32 million padding the pocket of certain groups, you can get a riot in anywhere in the country. George Soros found that out. Ferguson was a paid rioting group. The Occupy movement was all paid rioters. So they'll finance a revolution if you don't build a third party. They don't want a political revolution. You notice the Occupy group never endorsed anybody. You notice that? You notice that the Tea Party never endorsed any political candidates besides their own, and they're not even a political party. That's because both of those organizations were actually fake attempts at a third party. They're designed to keep the American people marginalized, and they don't want to have a leader. None of those groups have had a leader. And I'm building this plan on the very concept that a president who backs a third party will provide the venue for transparency and the communication that the American people need. That's what I'm predicating this race on. Giving you a voice in government. Trump, unfortunately, has borrowed my ideas, and all of that will come out in the news pretty soon. And once it does, the Trump story is over. It'll be the story of a guy who plagiarizes people, who borrows their ideas, and because I'm on record doing this for the past 7 years, he can't do diddly squat to stop me. I don't read any of this. This is what I do. I do what I have to do, man. None of this is pre-scripted. Well, if he's hilarious, I got to see this guy. Let's take a look. Oh, this is the Liberace show. No, I'm not going to sue him for stealing my ideas because obviously I support my ideas. You know, I don't want to undermine my ideas, but I definitely believe that, you know, I would love to get a call from the guy and say, you know, Dave, I understand we share the same ideas. I would say, yeah, we do, because we saw you in our chat room in 2012. Oh, no, I wasn't there, Dave. No, you got me wrong. Yeah, well, we've got proof. Bottom line is, I can subpoena the records of Ustream and pull up the Donald Trump account. And we can even see him looking at our website in 2012. Doesn't matter. Bottom line is, seriously? You don't understand how this works, do you? Okay, whatever. Since you don't really know what you're talking about, I'm not going to respond to you. I'm speaking about 955. Yeah, it would not cost me more than, I'd say everything I've got to sue him. And then I'd be left out hanging out to dry in court, wondering, you know, what I just did. Donald Trump likes to sue people. Believe me, if he could sue me right now without bringing light to what I'm doing right now and giving me free media exposure, he would. He'd sue me back immediately. But he knows that if he sued me, he would only give me a free place in the media. And he'd be definitely in the spotlight trying to answer to the questions that are on our website from the archive.org screen grabs that were done in 2008, 2009. And we're pulling that website up. On our website will be a link to the old website shortly. No, he never used our hybrid capitalism idea. But no, I don't buy into the BS stories, but these will be real riots in the future, not these fake riots of the past.
Human-like skin called frubber, short for flesh rubber.
Sorry. That was weird. Yeah, I did not expect that. Space, the final frontier. We actually have some interesting pictures way back in the in the archives here. So we came up with the 1,000-mile lethal electric fence. That's our idea. In no way can we equivocate here and talk about something else. The lethal electric border fence is far better than anything Trump could imagine. I started the show talking about how Trump never could lay brick in his life. You can't build a wall and charge Mexico for it. I mean, any moron will tell you that's impossible. I heard about the death of Justice Scalia, and I would like to see, I'd like to see an investigation into that entire death. I believe the heart attack gun the CIA has developed possibly was used in this attack on Scalia. I don't believe that he died of natural causes. And if they don't test for that very, very unique compound which melts in the heart attack gun, they deliver a razor-sharp icicle to somebody. It pierces your skin. His entire body needs to be checked for penetrating any type of a small object. And I mean combed over with a fine tooth, with actually, a microscope. No, not in this day and age. 81 is the average lifespan. No, this guy was terminated. He was pulled out of the equation because they want to push gun control. They know that he stood in the way. They also want a Marxist agenda. They know that he stood in the way of that. They want to take away your rights. Scalia was the last guy holding on. He was against affirmative action. Gone. Yeah. That's what happens when you do something in the you-know-what, Larry. Thank you, Larry. So he's got to be reviewed right now. His whole body needs to be examined. Now, if they go ahead and cremate Justice Scalia in the next 3 days, yeah, I believe he was murdered. If they cremate him in the next 3 days like they did the allegedly David Bowie, there's a fake cover-up here. No, seriously. They need him out of the way. Their agenda, the Marxist agenda, guys, is so insidious and evil. It's being used by the global elitists to implement their plan of action. And if it doesn't come as a communist package with Bernie or Hillary, it'll come as a fascist package with Donald or Ted. They're trying to push every single method they can to create a greater and larger police state in the United States of America and eradicate the United States of America. By the way, it's a legal entity that is in bankruptcy. So if they can continue to borrow money and use the New World Order agenda to finance a more takeover of our nation's rights, our property rights, giving it to big corporations, they will. They will completely gut this nation, and whatever was left of the United States of America will be dissolved. The American people right now need to stand up to this unbelievable fascist takeover of our nation by the United States Corporation. That is a separate legal entity, in case you didn't know. Ask any attorney you know. They'll tell you the United States is a different legal entity than the United States of America. Our great country is under siege. And the reason why they're under this siege, the American people, is because we never fought for our rights. We've never had a lobbying group in Washington. We've never had any group to stand up for the rights of the American people, ever. All we have are a bunch of glad-handing whores and prostitutes who pretend to be our leaders. Thank you. Yeah, and if they don't want to screw your medical over, guest 228, if they don't want to screw your medical over, they're going to kill you with GMO products that'll cause tumors in laboratory animals. The terrorists are not as real as you think. Most of the beheadings have been debunked as green screen effects. Every story about ISIS has pictures of U.S. Army emblems in the back of them. I can take you on a journey on Monday that'll blow your mind about ISIS. We do Conspiracy Monday. We talk about how ISIS came directly from the very centers of the CIA and how their plan was to create another terrorist group that would somehow be the danger that would trigger a reaction from the American people, so that we would sit back and let them start yet another war in Syria or anywhere else with any other country. We need to beat the world order. Absolutely. The nation-state model will survive the New World Order. There's no question about it. It's survived Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, Pol Pot, Attila the Hun. The nation-state model will survive. Any globalization attempt by global elitists, and I believe the monarchy of the past are so rich and powerful. I mean, they make Bill Gates look like a pauper. They're so rich and powerful, they don't want you to know about them. They have trillions of dollars. That's right, they are. That is correct. Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. These people will push any plan they can to engage another war. You see, the Rothschilds, who own essentially 160 banks around the world, including our Federal Reserve. They own the Federal Reserve, in case you didn't know. It's a private bank owned by the Rothschilds. No, of course I didn't graduate. Why would I graduate college? You really think people with 185 IQs need to graduate from college? Seriously? You didn't think this through too well, did you? All right. Bottom line is, if we sit back and allow these totalitarian corporatists who want to not only take over the world, but depopulate the world, we won't have anything for our children. We will have a veritable disaster, a legacy of failure, of environmental destruction, systematic stupidity. And you'll be known by your relatives as being a big idiot for not standing up to this totalitarian police state. I will now play music as per request. This is a requirement of Ms. Hatsuni. No, Ryan, you've been led a crock of crap. Ryan, we have zero population growth if we can stop the illegal aliens coming into our country. The idea that you need depopulation, you name any other species in the world, Brian, that wants to depopulate besides the lemmings. Yeah, we're the only species in the entire world that wants to depopulate. You've been led a lot of crap. The elitists just don't want to clean the water or the air that you breathe. So that to them, it's a lot easier to get rid of you, the useless eaters. How do you like being useless? Yeah. It's all about depopulation. That's their primary goal. You've been led a line of BS that we had a limit to growth. Limits to growth. It's all part of a brainwashing attempt to turn you into an idiot who somehow believes that if they get rid of all the people, the world will be better. You're a disgrace to the human race. No, I'm not high. No, Ryan, you've been led to believe there are too many humans. This Earth could easily manage 10 billion people if we could just get the money out of the rich pigs' hands. They're the ones that want to depopulate and have convinced you to depopulate. The poor people living in Mozambique who don't have enough food for dinner is because some rich guy in Mozambique won't give them any food. We need to get behind a dance plan. All right, purge banana. So I want to create all kinds of new renewable energy ideas that will actually help our country. I do. Renewable energy solutions. I also want to legalize marijuana. Let me show you the telephone pole idea. Dave, IB2, you really did look like this 45 years ago. How did you know I'm 155 years old? Is it my breath that gives me away? Many of you want to vote for Blinton. For Trumpton. You're not sure who you vote for. Bill? Trump? Hillary? Billary! Yeah, there you go. But we got a guy standing in the way of Billary. Another dynastic presidential candidate who thinks he can buy elections. They literally think they can buy this election. They think you're an idiot. And these Trump supporters really are idiots. There's little Trump who never got out of his diapers, who thinks he can buy everybody around him. We got a few dancers from Japan that want to get in on the action here. Arigato. Oh, I'm going to get sued for somehow drawing a caricature of a presidential candidate? Are you an imbecile? Rolling Stone called me a bizarre fringe candidate. I could sue them for libel. But Trump can't sue me for putting a caricature of his genital-less body on there. No way. He's a public figure, you idiot. Look it up. God, your people are just like so out of it. He's not awesome. He's an idiot. And you keep coming in saying the same thing. It shows you what a moron you are, 408. I think Billary has a better chance. If only we could morph Bill and Hillary together, you'd get Orgy Island and Uma Humadin in a lesbian relationship. I don't know if Hillary and Humadin are involved in a lesbian relationship. I do know that Hillary is about ready to throw Uma under the bus, though. Yeah. Uma definitely could be removed from the scenario. She could be facing jail time. You know, I got to tell you, if I were Hillary's advisor, and, you know, if she really is as corrupt as we think she is, the best move would be to get rid of Uma. Yeah. Have her go to jail, claiming she was the one behind the missing emails. Oh, yeah. I'm surprised she hasn't done it yet. If she's as ruthless as I think she is, she will. Don't worry. I was at one time, but I'm not anymore, no. Let me explain. Number one, we cannot possibly tell what an assault weapon is. Number two, it is against the Second Amendment. And we'd have a legal battle on that alone. Number three, criminals can get any weapon they want. Why would I want to take away your right to bear a semi-automatic .22 rifle? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I'm not going to reinstate the assault weapons ban. But when I started this whole effort, as a former Democrat, I actually thought that. But I've been completely convinced by the right that it's a mistake. And you know, I'm one of those people that's willing to bend, unlike the Democrats who are sounding more like communists right now. Yeah, right to bear arms, absolutely. Free t-shirts? What world are you living in? Yes, Carlos Danger is not Anthony Weiner. No. Carlos Danger was a famous newscaster. Let me look it up, hang on. You might be right, though. Oh, you're right. It is Carlos Danger, Anthony Weiner. I made a mistake. Yeah, I thought it was somebody else. You're right. Anthony Weiner, Carlos Danger is Carlos Danger. Yeah, they're married all right. Can you imagine being married to a guy that sexts all the time and sends out nasty pictures of himself? If Uma is a lesbian, which I don't know, it doesn't really matter to me. Frankly, I don't even care if Hillary is. That's not my problem. My problem is I don't want liars, cheaters, and people who are willing to steal to get to the White House. Oh, it's just, yeah, thank you, though. Appreciate you correcting me. Geraldo Rivera, I thought was Carlos Danger. Maybe I was mistaken. Hang on. No. Okay. He did it in response to the Carlos Danger tweet. I got you. That's why I connected the dots. Thank you. No, I'm not bashing other candidates. No, I respect the fact that Donald Trump is a corporate pig. And I'm glad that Ted Cruz lied about his citizenship and coming over here illegally in 1974 and not even filing the paperwork until 86. I would never bash them for that. I would rather deal with the issues, or shall I say the lack of issues. Because all the Republicans talk about is ISIS and China. ISIS and China. China and ISIS. They don't spell out how they're going to create jobs, like we have this plan to create renewable energy solutions that could trigger jobs. Our Homestead Renewal Plan is one of our best, thank you, our best ideas. Implemented without congressional approval, as your president, we will help the veterans too with our mobile medical units. Let me show my ideas for you here, okay? Get ready. Let me rock the house. We got a solar rooftop revolution coming for jobs around the country, installing solar panels on every single rooftop facing south that want to qualify. You'll be paying this back over time out of your electric bill. We will have jobs in the program with HUD dollars. Trump doesn't have any way to spell it out. My plans are all specifics. And I also have a plan for veterans with our mobile medical VA system. We'll be integrating mobile medical units like this one from Minnesota into 200 cities in America. We will make up to 200 of these and put them at the VA facilities. Yes. Each one will be a telemedicine vehicle connected to the VAs, online mobile health solutions, and you'll be able to talk directly to a doctor. Plus, we'll be cleaning the VAs. I want to renovate them, much like we want to renovate houses. We want to disinfect every ward. And the nice thing about bringing on the legalization campaign of marijuana, we will be able to also integrate mobile medical marijuana pharmacies on board each unit. Now, my ideas actually pay for themselves. We'll make enough sales of medical marijuana and co-payments from people going to the medical facility. And by the way, you veterans go for free. Good evening, good ya. You'll get free service at the mobile medical units. But in the back of the units will be a pharmacy that will be able to provide medical marijuana and generic medicine. Trump will borrow money, will not solve problems, and he will waste another 4 years of our time. Our country will completely collapse under the pressure of no manufacturing, no job creation. And unfortunately, Trump's attitude will evolve into a shouting match with anyone who wants to find agreement. Can you imagine him calling people names whenever they disagree? Like he called Megyn Kelly, bleeding from her eyes, or whatever. Can you imagine a person like him communicating with world leaders? Like Obama called Putin a jackass? You know what Donald Trump just said about a major city? He actually, a major city in Europe, he actually said was a hellhole. I think it was Budapest. I'm not sure. Let me check. Brussels. They're not happy with Trump. He called their city a hellhole. It was Brussels. Yeah, he goes around calling people names. I want you to start talking about America and how we can fix this problem. Look at guys, I've spelled it out for you here, okay? It doesn't get any clearer than this. I've got all the ideas to start American jobs. Trump, it doesn't have a single idea. He just says he's going to create jobs. You can't tell the difference between a person who creates ideas and a person who steals them? I feel sorry for you. You just don't get it. You don't understand what you're dealing with here. And by the way, guys, the more you continually push for Trump, the more you're burying the Republican Party. Yes. Now we have houses. We even have ancient technology that isn't being used. This technology is actually becoming antiquated. Your government won't legalize marijuana. The space program is losing money every day. Obama's going to waste $19 billion on it next year. GMO fruits will be ending their reign. We will begin phasing out GMOs. I will phase out GMOs using the Justice Department. And my promise to you is we will use the Supreme Court ruling from last year that specifically says, thank you, well, specifically says you cannot patent the human genome because it has carbon in it. By the same token, why would you be able to get a patent on carbon-related organisms that we create in the food cycle? So what Monsanto is going to face with me as the president is a massive lawsuit. We will take them to the mat, and they'll have to pay back every farmer they've charged money for seeds, especially since they're not even using those seeds on their property. This is unprecedented what's been happening. And the Supreme Court, frankly, I want everyone to brace yourself, but I'm going to be asking for, and this is a shocker, but I'm going to be asking the Congress to impeach the Supreme Court. We won't be taking out all GMOs. It's a plan to phase out GMOs. Okay? Well, let's be clear. Yeah, Trump is trying to better his own Wall Street executives. Good point. He doesn't address GMOs. And by the way, there's no individual mandates in my program. You won't be forced to sign a selective service document because I'll be phasing out the draft, whatever's left of it. We're going to end this ridiculous joke of a document. Your young men and your family won't have to sign selective service when I become president. I'm ruling it out. It's one of my executive orders. We have enough men and women in our volunteer Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines to supply us with adequate support. And plus, we're moving more toward unmanned soldiers anyway. It's just something that's the inevitable reality of the future. My fellow Americans, I'm sitting here every day giving you what you need. Political chat, interactive communication, transparency. The last thing I want you to do is think this is a joke. These times are getting tougher and tougher for the American people. I've had to do some pretty interesting things to keep this message alive over the many years. But believe me, this is no joke. I've had a lot of internal struggle to keep this thing rolling, to build this third party, because I really believe in it. I know I'm fighting the regime of the status quo, but I've always been doing that ever since I was a young man. I was built to do this. I was built to start this party, and I will finish it. And when it's done, it will take down the two-party system, and we'll have a democracy again. It's not my way or the highway. I want to open it up to a three-way contest. I want views from the right and the left and the center to be open and active. I want to go issue by issue. Frankly, I don't need a party. I need people to communicate. I need our system to work again. And in doing so, we will begin to repair the problems in our government, and most of all, bring our country back to what it was. A nation that's all about bringing great fruits of the earth to the market, a breadbasket to the world, getting a more natural approach to the environment than we've ever had. I'm going to have Dow Chemical and Monsanto and ADM sit down at the table with C-SPAN rolling, and we will have an interactive communication on a monthly basis to try to steer more organic products into the market and steer away from glyphosate and Roundup and phase those products out. They've proven to not be working. As much as you might think it's okay to dump Roundup on your yard and expect everything to be fine, the ancillary effects are so great, people around you could get cancer. If you deliver that product to the ground without wearing a mask, you can get cancer. This is a serious problem. And if we just sit here and ignore that reality, our country is just going to continue to become infested, polluted, and toxic. And believe me, the two parties don't give a crap about the environment. Because their moneyed backers are the corporate elitists, the military-industrial complex. Even Bernie is owned by the Democratic Party. So much so that he's actually suing them for more money. There's a Jewish guy suing the Democratic Party because he didn't get enough information on the voters. I mean, we don't need greedy people in the White House. We need a good, average American who's not materialistic to lead this nation with fairness and a sense that, ears to the ground, listening to the American people and communicating nightly on a daily chat show out of the White House. That's what I promise you. Every day, 1 hour at least, from the White House talking about the issues. We got to do it. This could be the daily thing. Now, granted, I will be given a hairdresser at the White House, so I won't need to actually wear a wig. Today was a bad hair day for me. I was out on the road, traveling pretty fast on the highway, and my hair was flying around. And I came in the show, and you'll see it when you come in. Well, come on, man. My hair is irrelevant. I was getting crap for having weird-looking hair in the beginning of the show, so I just threw this on. That's what I do. Well, I can assure you, there's going to be a camera underneath this table right here. You will have a camera feed directly underneath the presidential table. There won't be anybody under there giving your president bobos. I'm not doing that in the White House. Seriously. I mean, I've had enough of this crap from all these people like Bill Clinton. I never had sex with that woman. Ever. I never did. I mean, what a liar. Of course he had sex. He had sodomy. He sodomized Monica Lewinsky. Yeah. You know that oral sex is considered sodomy? Yeah. Sarah and I went out for a shrimp omelet today. Great pre-Valentine's Day. It was awesome. Nothing's fake about me. You go back to my earlier shows, even last year, and you'll see all the videos in YouTube. Just go to our site and you'll go to our YouTube link. We've done over 780 shows, I think. Just go back 3 years and you'll see that nothing's made up about our show. I've taken all kinds of criticism for my hair. I have great hair, by the way. But I had to shower and dry it and prep it for the show in order to avoid criticism. So the easier thing when you arrive after a long drive and you have to start a show, instead of sitting there watching TV on Netflix and chilling, I get out here and somebody says, oh, your hair looks disheveled. So, hey, I go ahead and put a wig on, and then they say, oh, you're wearing a wig. I can't win. It's some sort of a conspiracy against my hair. Hey, deal with a wig. Deal with whatever you want. I don't care if you're wearing Depends underwear. It's irrelevant to me. Do the scar? What's that? No. My hair is done with natural coloring. It's a plant protein. Because they have nothing else to talk about. Okay, Trump. Hating on the Brussels. Oh yeah, this guy's really good for American politics. They already think we're brash, insane, crazy Americans. You imagine what they'd think if Donald Trump was our president. Yeah, you can only imagine. Let me search here. Signing in. Brussels sprouts. He is a corporate pig. People dislike him. Take a look here. Okay, let's look into the Trump story here for a second. Okay, Anne Frank's stepsister says that Donald Trump compares Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. Okay. Bombshell. Donald Trump kept a book of Hitler's speeches by his bed. According to a 1990 Vanity Fair interview, Ivana Trump once told her lawyer Michael Kennedy that her husband, real estate mogul Donald Trump, now a leading Republican presidential candidate, kept a book of Hitler's speeches near his bed. Oh, this is a good one. Donald Trump's sons killed exotic animals. Okay, let me give you a couple links here. Yeah. Grasping for straws? Are you kidding me? Oh, and did I mention Trump says that Muslims should be forced to wear special ID badges. Oh yeah. Let's not forget the Hitlerian statement he made. Yeah, let's not forget all the arsenal we have against this brain-dead corporate pig. Okay, let me do a search in history on this account. Hang on. Well, isn't that special, Maisie? They kill exotic animals. You're voting for a Nazi who likes to kill exotic animals. What the hell's wrong with you people? My God. Just get a third party on the ballot and stop being a lazy bunch of apathetic Americans. I don't want to blame you. It's cool. It's not your fault that you're apathetic. It's just the way it is. I understand. Okay. Okay, one of the major sheikhs, a prominent Saudi billionaire who hoovered up Donald Trump's assets when the presidential hopeful ran into cash flow problems in the 1990s, has labeled the controversial candidate a disgrace to his country. Okay, check this story out. This will blow your mind. This guy backed Trump when Trump's assets were collapsing in the 1990s. And this is a shocker, folks. He basically, the Saudi billionaire, he supported his money. Let me read this for you. A prominent Saudi billionaire who hoovered up Donald Trump's assets when the presidential hopeful ran into cash flow problems in the 1990s has labeled the controversial candidate a disgrace to his country. He owns a yacht once called the Trump Princess. Now, there are many people, this attempt to bar Muslims from entering the United States is costing a major backlash with some of our allies like Saudi Arabia. You can only imagine what's going to happen to our country when they cease to help us out financially. You guys have no idea. You think you're paying a good price for gas right now? Read that article. It'll blow your mind. Yeah, we need to wake up big time. The United States of apathy. Thank you, guest 624. Well, guys, I am not apathetic. And as you know, I've already run a half an hour into my extended show. And I'm going to give you a full 1 hour extension. So we're going to do the full 4 hour show tonight. That's great. All the way to the top of the hour, talking about politics. You don't get this from Trump or Ted Cruz or Hillary or Bernie. Are you in People's Lives Matter? Come on in. We support talking about people's lives. Yeah, well, you're going to see Muslims on the Supreme Court rather soon now, 367, yeah. No, Kasich and Carson they don't have it. None of them have what I have. None of them will even get close to what I can produce. I am the original creator of great ideas. And like I said, we can roll out 200 of these mobile medical units at our VA, provide generic medicine, and even offer medical marijuana to people. We can provide renewable energy solutions that'll be viral in nature, like these windmills that could be put on top of any kind of a electric pole around the country. This windmill is only $1,000 to create and a lot cheaper than the big, huge, major windmills that our country's been financing with green energy tax credits. People like T. Boone Pickett's have been profiting from those expensive windmills. They're $1.5 million to $2 million a piece, and they'll never pay for themselves. Whereas these windmills will pay for themselves within 1 year, generating electricity. You like? No, it's not. We're talking about $1,000 here. And the mobile medical unit I've slated as $2 billion. Each one of these units will provide ultrasound, portable x-ray, portable medical supplies that are in need for people who are in poverty. Because right now, those people go to the ER, and the reason why you hard-earning Americans are getting ripped off is because the ER is giving these people free services, whereas they're going to come here and they're going to have to pay a copay or have to sign an affidavit saying they're broke, even if they're illegal aliens. All right. Now, you want to... I'm not going to talk about the blimp plane right now. That's kind of a pipe dream, but I have a discussion about that later. Yes, let's talk about the most important story. Trump is involved in a situation with... Well, his dad was arrested in a KKK brawl. This is an interesting story. In 1927, Donald Trump's dad was at a KKK brawl, and he was arrested. You can link on that, too. I'll give you guys links to all these good links. And back that up. Yeah. What about that creepy video of him dating? He was going to date his own daughter. Yeah, we have a link there. Here's the creepy video about him dating his own daughter. Yeah, you can go there and check that out. Trump wants to ethnically cleanse America. This is a real doozy, folks. Let me bring you this article. This is perhaps the best of all. He's in Jeffrey Epstein's little black book. This story is not to be ignored. Donald Trump, Courtney Love, all kinds of famous people are in this black book of Jeffrey Epstein. There are people that have linked Jeffrey Epstein to Orgy Island, and he's already been charged with exploiting young children and making them into sex slaves. Donald Trump is one of his clients. So let's click on that. You guys can take a look at it. Here is Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile's black book. Donald Trump has enough crap to bury him in the race once things hit the fan. I, however, have nothing against me. I mean, the only crap that they're going to try to generate about me is from my sister's attempt to sue me in court, in which she has recanted any bad statements about me. And we both settled out of court. But here is Jeffrey Epstein's black book. Donald Trump is on it. Alan Dershowitz is on it. Courtney Love is on it. This is pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's little black book with Trump on it. This is a serious story that's been kept under the wraps for a long time. I'm serious. Since 2007, the media has not covered this story. Because they don't cover the stories that are damaging to the mainstream. What about that do you not understand? God. All this information, even Prince Andrew has been seen at Orgy Island. Bill Clinton was seen by an underage prostitute and has said so. This underage prostitute has testified that she saw Bill Clinton at Orgy Island. None of it's going to get to the mainstream. Why do you think we do a nightly show talking to you on the blogosphere? The book has a list of anybody who contacted Jeffrey Epstein for prostitution. I'm trying to help you out here, folks. We don't have a lot of time. Look it up. Use your words. Look up Orgy Island online. If you click this link right here, it'll take you to information. Well, I don't know. I've never been to Orgy Island. Would you like to go? It is almost Valentine's Day. I just can't imagine being involved with a bunch of prostitutes. No, I'm going to take you to a mythical place that we'll call my island, where there are no prostitutes. Okay? Okay, let me take you on a journey to a mythical place. A place of peace and sanctity. A place where people can sit and be quiet. The ocean edge. I'll take you to my world. This is where I used to live. Out on the coast of my island. In my VW van. I actually lived in a van down by the beach. Eating government cheese. Yeah. For 2 years during the 1960s, I lived behind a... Well, did I say 60s? I meant 1970s. 80s. There. I lived right on the edge of this beautiful island here. It's called Venice, California. I bought government cheese, for $5. I got a whole, I think it was a 10-pound block of cheese. I'll never forget buying that 10-pound block of cheese. It lasted forever. It can't be a wig. It is a wig. Now, I'm not saying they're free candy. Y'all thinking you get free candy coming to the island, you got to work to get the free candy. Yeah. You know, there's not a lot of food on these islands, by the way. You got to... Here's a couple who built an amazing home of their own. Isn't that cool? It's up there in British Columbia. They connected barges together and they created... Thank you, number 6. Sunstar, I'm reading, in Texas. Thank you. The world comes next. Help me get out there, Hawaiian Steel. Thank you. Sunstar says in Texas. Did you see? David, did you see the fuel truck that will come to home or business to fill up your tanks or your car or your truck in Texas? No, I didn't. 10,000 people have been evicted from their LA homes because of a methane leak. I thought they capped this thing. Living old is now typical. Living longer than ever before, yes. Look at me, I'm 155 years old and I'm doing great. Okay, is fluoride in your brand of water? Yes, I agree. Marijuana should be labeled as a painkiller, for sure. Oh, yeah. We will be legalizing marijuana when I become president. You'll never get Donald to do that. You'll never get Hillary to do that. You might get Bernie to do it, but he's most likely going to be controlled by the medical marijuana providers who want to profit. We'll make recreational marijuana legal as when I become president. I'm not playing the Beatles, no. I'm the last Beatle. I was talking to John. John and I were talking about peace. And I said to John, just give peace a chance. And he loved it so much that he used that. Yeah. I was talking to John and Yoko. I was there with Andy Warhol at the time. Yeah. A lot of people are concerned about things, yes. It's true. Well, let's be clear. Heroin's dangerous. People like Philip Seymour Hoffman died of heroin. You don't know that? Yeah. Need I remind you? Trader Joe's water is not on the list? Well, that's because Trader Joe's says everything's healthy there. Yeah, Trader Joe's is an amazing company. I got them to write me a letter verifying that that nothing in their store is GMO. Do you have any idea how stupid that was to do? They actually sent me a letter verifying that nothing in their store was GMO. Now, you and I both know that they can't possibly say that, especially when there's GMOs everywhere now in our environment, right? So I have an actual document from a company, a corporation, which indemnifies, or actually, it actually puts them in a vulnerable, liable position. Because if I could prove that anything in their store is GMO, I can take them to the mat. They claim that all their providers have signed an affidavit saying that nothing is GMO. I have not asked them for that. No, Rory, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not a racist. And they're a German corporation. We can take them to international court. We could also seize their assets and give it back to the Trader Joe's people that actually have receipts. Yeah. I'm not saying that anything in their store is GMO, but I mean, come on. They're saying everything, even the toilet paper? Yeah. That's a pretty brash statement to make, if you ask me. Okay, is fluoride in your brand of bottled water? Let's take a look. Oh, this looks good. A movie, Deadly Disaster. We'll play this tonight. That looks good. Okay, fluoride readily crosses the placenta, according to Harvard's study, the Harvard Medical Review, 2012. Exposure to the developing brain, which is much more susceptible to injury caused by toxicants than is the mature brain, may possibly lead to damage of a permanent nature to your children. Now, dentists are being told to tell all mothers who have babies not to get fluoridated infant water. You're right. Trader Joe's has cheap toilet paper. You got a point. Hey, I'm not here to ruin businesses. I'm just a little bit suspicious that everything at their store is non-GMO. I mean, we went to Trader Joe's today. Sarah bought mangoes and some ginger. The caramelized ginger is really good. You know, they found out that ginger is so effective in preventing disease. They say it's 800 times more powerful than chemotherapy in stopping cancer cells. Oh, good night, Sunstar. Yeah. Thank you, though. I don't do Gorby. I never did a Gorbachev. You're talking about Mr. President, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. That's what you're talking about? I remember the old days of Brezhnev, when Russia was run by, the Soviet Union was run by Brezhnev, and I even remember Khrushchev. Yeah. Remember Andropov? Now do a C now. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down your pants wall. Tear down the wall. What wall? Well, socialism failed the Soviet Union as it would fail our country under Bernie. I guarantee you that. Hey, look, if we can get the government to get a return on investment. Yeah, by the way, fluoride sucks. The brain's out of your head. In case you didn't know. This was Ronald Reagan negotiating with the Mujahideen in 1980. And they made an agreement to send Laz rockets and SAM missile systems to people like bin Laden. Yeah, this is the actual meeting place that happened. And Charlie Wilson's War, they call it. Yeah, pretty funny, isn't it? clear the space here and make room for the group. So that while they're negotiating with terrorists, which our country never was supposed to do, you can imagine if I had a chance to sit here on the couch, you know? Ronald, you might want to check their credentials, Ronald. Do you realize that in about 20 years, they're going to be launching an attack on the United States? Ronald, excuse me, Charlie, you may not want to give them weapons that they can duplicate and go after our missiles and our jets with their heat-seeking missiles. Yeah, thanks. Oh, Henry Kissinger? Okay. This is Ronald Reagan talking to Henry Kissinger.
Ringy, ringy, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Hello? Hello, is this... Oh, Henry. Oh, this is Henry Kissinger. Well, Henry, I'm honored to have the call. Go ahead, what's the question?
Mr. President, I believe that we are establishing the Georgia Guidestowns in Georgia, and I was wondering for approval we could create a New World Order and establish granite edifices in Georgia.
Well, what's a New World Order? What are you talking about? Georgia Guidestones? Is that one of Nancy's astrology games that she had me play the other day when Don Reagan was feeding me jelly beans?
Mr. President, I'm asking you a question.
Well, Henry, I never liked your Bohemian Grove meetings. You're a bunch of homosexuals. I didn't like that. You know, Ronnie was... My son Ronnie is thinking of being a homosexual. And that's what he says. Nancy says she doesn't approve, but we must love our son.
Mr. President, I'm not talking about Ronnie. I'm not talking about homosexuality.
Now you're being a little bit rude, Henry. Now I know that as Secretary of State under Nixon, you bombed those Cambodians, and don't let me forget that. I just forgot it. What was I saying?
Saturday Night Live is boring and dumb. This is funny. I'm the funniest man alive. And you better realize that. Like now. All right, well, we have fun on our show. Let's not forget it. We make politics fun. Did you know that Jimmy Carter no longer has cancer? Did you hear that? Jimmy Carter does not have cancer anymore. Yay! He no more cancer. You know, he hits the marijuana every single day now. He's smoking a bowl and a half every 5 hours. Yeah, guess what? Jimmy Carter is cancer-free. Thank you. I rest my case. Even Jimmy Carter wants legalization. That's so cute, Hawaiian Steel, yeah. You know that girl? Is she your girlfriend? Winning! Oh, I can't say that. I have to pay... Every time I say that, I have to pay the rights to the... If I say it more than once, I have to pay Charlie Sheen. Oh, Sarah would really get turned on in a romantic moment when I'm standing there whispering in her ear going, Sarah. I can't imagine she would freak out. I can't even pretend to be black, you know. That kind of bums her out. It's like,
hey, baby, how you doing? Who loves you, baby?
Yeah. I know.
Barry White, baby.
You're in tears, you're having so much fun. Well, you didn't think pre-Valentine's Day was going to be boring, did you? This is what you get when you come into our show. You get entertainment and you get politics. So if we could have just put the brakes on this, we never would have had a terrorist problem. We never would have had a problem anywhere around the world. These people would have killed each other off in Afghanistan. We wouldn't be even protecting their crops. But believe it or not, this whole meeting was set up to give the warlords of Afghanistan a free rein to grow opium, so that your family can have little Johnny call up and going, Mom, I think somebody's strung out on heroin. Her Hurry, call the cops. Serious. People are dying from heroin overdoses because of cheap heroin coming out of Afghanistan. You like my hair? Thank you. I had to knock the Trumpster out of his position on hair. New Hampshire, right on, Bostonian. You're going to write me in the upcoming general? Many of you who don't know who I am David Sponheim, and I am running for president. And I'm asking all of you not to be a slave to the two-party system, but vote for Dave Sponheim. Don't be a slave, vote for Dave. Yeah. Yeah, people are dying doing what they do. Nothing. Jello beans, people are dying from overdosing on heroin because the kids can't buy legal marijuana, which is not even physically addicting. You realize how easy this would be if we just went ahead and legalized marijuana? Kids wouldn't be shooting up. The world would be a better place. Yeah. So our support of Afghanistan, which started in this room right here, led to the CIA making $50 billion a year from illegal heroin. In profit. That's why our government troops are actually harvesting the heroin. Yep. They're not only guarding the drug fields, Dupster, who worked over there, has openly stated he was harvesting the opium. He was told to go out there to earn his pay to harvest the opium. No one has ever overdosed on marijuana. Yeah, they do claim that the new refined products could trigger a 5% increase in heart problems. So I would be remiss in saying that. But that's for people that hit that bong pretty hard. Oh my God. Yeah, just have a little teeny something to make yourself feel better. But if you shoot up in heroin, you don't know what you're gonna get. You could overdose and die like that. But you can't overdose on marijuana or even the refined products. No, herb never screwed anybody up. Show me proof. I vape. I don't get the hardcore resins that so many people are getting. I prefer vaping. I did inhale, yes. I enjoyed it too. Yeah, it's medication, man. That's why I want to legalize it. And that's why this country desperately needs an alternative to what we've got. If we don't legalize marijuana, I mean, come on. They're dumping chemicals in the skies above us. Can you believe this? Look at this. This is an actual spray pattern over the skies of Australia taken on February 9th, 4 days ago. Yeah. Isn't this crazy? I mean, yeah, Scissor Fight pulled this off of a geo-mapping system, and he spotted it. I go, whoa. Yep, they're spraying us like bugs. So I'm the only candidate out there stopping chemtrails, ending reckless use of GMOs, pulling fluoride out of our water systems across the nation, out of our sodas and our municipal water systems. Every water system that makes any kind of a product will have to filter their water. That's what I'm going to make sure. We are breathing clean air and drinking fresh water. That's number one priority here, folks. So these two parties have become useless, worthless, and they don't even touch on the real talking points. They're talking about fighting a war against an imaginary terrorist group called ISIS. That's how completely out of it they are. I don't need a big reminder for you to realize what's happening. It's staring at us in the face. All right. So brand new technologies, ways to save money, ways to stimulate our economy, less regulations on small businesses, and the money connection to politicians. I'm not in any way materialistic, never have been. I was born in the world thinking and believing that everything was fair. Can you imagine how completely naive I was when I was growing up? I mean, it was crazy. I had no idea that people with money can make more money on their money, and the rest of us just work our hands to the bone until we go broke and then die. I realized that over a few years once I got out of college. Yeah. It took me a while to realize this world is not fair. It's never been fair. And the reason why it's not fair, what is my secret? What secret? I've always been born a champion. I've never given up. That's my secret. I am not even... Well, what about hardening the power grid system? Absolutely. We've even talked about burying the lines. And you know something? If we could get assurances that burying the lines would prevent an EMP attack, we'll do it. It's worth the effort.
Well, no, that's not Reagan.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's Reagan, yeah. Well, yeah, it's Reagan. You didn't know that?
My fellow Americans, excuse me, but why am I surrounded by Afghanis? Excuse me, men, could I borrow your towels? I need to rinse my hair off. Some of you towels on your head could be very, very, very comfortable. Nancy, could I get a towel? For some of these men are wearing towels. I want to wear one too.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even ask for a towel in this picture. This is the origin of the Mujahideen and the beginning of what we call Al-Qaeda, and now we're calling ISIS. It's a huge plan to fund Afghan opium. I hear you, man. Well, you may think it's about religion, but they're just using the Muslims. If I had something like KY or fecal matter in my cabinet, I'd clean it the hell out. I'd steam clean that cabinet. Yeah, I don't want any KY jelly or poop in my cabinet. Fingerprints for food. Oh, yeah. Venezuela fingerprint registry to purchase food and supplies. This is getting weird. I only got 5 minutes left in the after show. I mean, let's keep this country out of war, number one. Not start a war with Syria. The first thing I'll do is talk to Vladimir Putin on the phone through translators. Hello, Vladimir Putin. I'm role-playing. This is not real. Hello, Rat. I think I got through. Vladimir Putin, yes, hi. I can't talk to you. I'd be violating the Logan Act if I talk to you right now. But I'll call you after I win the presidency in 2016, and we will pull our troops and any advisors out of Syria. Thank you. I'm sorry we caused you so much problems, and I'm sorry for the loss of your pilots over Turkey. Thank you. What? You want to go to my buffet at the White House? Great. What can we cook for you to make you happy? A little borscht? Yeah. Correction. Vladimir Putin is a friend of yours, really? That's pretty funny. Well, everybody needs friends. You don't need to get all serious with this. Thanks, Weinstein. I'll just have fun. Danger, Mr. Robinson. William, help! That does not compute. Remember that show? That was so, you don't even remember that show. What am I talking about? You don't remember any of that. You weren't even born in 1960. Oh, you were? Lost in Space, yeah. Black Star Shockwave, David Bowie in Super Bowl and Gravitational Waves. Whoa. We got another cool, interesting something here. What is this? Look at that amazing picture. Wow, this is weird. I think that's one of the most interesting pictures I've ever seen. Look at that. Black Star Shockwave. Ooh, we are doomed. On February 11th, LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, is expected to announce at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. they have detected gravitational waves from colliding black holes. They call it the most interesting breakthrough in modern science. Well, as expected, such a major novelty, with intense multi-contextual, symbolic and synchronistic whispers in this article, I'd like to quickly point out how this scientific discovery interacts with and was foreshadowed by the passing of David Bowie. Yeah, like, right, he's really dead. Believe me, I'm reading it. And the Super Bowl, February 7th. No, I was never in porn. And that's pretty interesting. So when they faked David Bowie's death, it collided with an event it's involving a black hole colliding with another black hole. Are we talking about the White House here? Okay, this is interesting. It's fake, really. Though a lot has already been said about the heavy symbolism of David Bowie's passing, or alleged passing, accompanied by his new song, video, and album, Black Star, blah, 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 blah. David Bowie dies of cancer, la, la, la. Lazarus dying for the dead, blah, 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 blah. No one seems to have paid attention to the typical depiction of the gravitational distortion on the cover of the Black Star single, the song Black Star. This anomaly is, per Einstein's general theory of relativity, massive objects like planets and stars warp the fabric of space-time around it, producing an invisible pull called gravity. I'm Marlon Perkins of Mutual of Obama. Okay. Gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly when he saw an apple fall from a tree. I'm running for office, yes. Are you going to the bathroom? Because I think your diapers are ready to change. Ask your mom for more medication. Why are you wearing your back in the day porn wig? I was never in porn. You don't have to join me, J-Man. NPR, Einstein saw space move long before we could hear it. Einstein wasn't the brightest guy on the block, guys. Here's a guy who didn't even know how to use facial toners. I mean, come on. This was him at my age. His skin sucked. Yeah, he was like 55 when this was taken. God. He looks worse than Mike Rowe. Thank you. Well, number one, my intelligence is superior to his. I can tell you we're not going to be able to get off the planet like that moron Stephen Hawking keeps telling us. We have to all leave the planet. I've got better hair. The whole deal, yeah. Stephen Hawking, when asked what should man do, he wants us to escape. Stephen Hawking doesn't even realize that we never went to the moon. That's a tough one for most people to munch. And I know. If you do the math, it doesn't add up. You realize that our farthest interstellar travel has gone almost 300 miles off the face of the Earth? That's as far as mankind's ever gone. You know the fuel rockets for the space shuttle? How huge they were? That was to carry the space shuttle up and have it glide down to Earth. All right? And by the way, it hurt its panels on the edge of the ionosphere, near the Van Allen belts. It actually broke off. The tiles would burn right up. It's pretty bad. That's why they scrubbed the program, because it really couldn't do anything with it. They couldn't even get it to fly people in the air for a free ride. They want to give all the money of NASA and all the infrastructure that we put in to Richard Branson, so he could blow a few rockets up in the sky and crash a few of them, kill 4 people. Yeah, isn't that nice? 185. But frankly, SpaceX had a crash landing twice recently. They don't even have any control over what they're doing. So when Einstein developed the theory of relativity, other scientists were like, yeah, we can do this. We can split the atom. So they got more energy out of this breakthrough than they ever planned on it. But they also created a very strange particle called nuclear energy and nuclear irradiated compounds like cesium, plutonium, uranium. everything leaking into the Pacific Ocean right now from one of those GE-built crappy reactors that they put in Japan. It's called Fukushima, and you can thank this brilliant moron for coming up with the stupidest, most idiotic idea on Earth called nuclear energy. It has created what I call an unclear future for mankind. Nuclear equals unclear, in my estimation. But we've got the ability now to pull this under control and create pebble reactors and limit the amount of radiated material in a nuclear reaction. So at that much we can say we appreciate Einstein's work. But people like Einstein and people like Stephen Hawking are nihilists that want to destroy the world. This guy, with all of his intelligence, couldn't even come up with a simple plan to save humanity. He created the destructive solution to humanity. The termination of humanity. That's how smart he was. Isn't that amazing? The space station, whatever is living within the confines of the Van Allen belts. There's nothing to explain. We can get into the upper atmosphere. We've got excellent technology. And we can probably pierce through the Van Allen belts with remote unmanned technology. We can also mine the moon. But ironically, our recent director of the administration of NASA said that we'll never mine the moon. Yeah, they don't even want to mine the moon. That's why we haven't been back in 47 years. So, I met a man when I was a kid. Actually, when I was a baby. I didn't meet him. I was standing right next to him. His name was Robert Oppenheimer. My mother was working at a company that he visited. And Robert Oppenheimer was the architect of the Manhattan Project. He was the guy the military threatened that if he didn't comply with what they did, that they would, do bad things to his family. So by the time Robert Oppenheimer had actually gotten to the point where he did a few interviews, he was pretty depressed. And he did this amazing interview, which he believed, I think he was bearing the weight of the world and what Einstein created, this terrible, unleashed power of splitting the atom. You can't...
He knew the world would not be the same.
This is him. He actually walked up to my mother, who was the only woman on an entire floor of nuclear physicists working on the Gemini, Saturn, and the Apollo program, carrying me, no less, in her womb, all the way to the 9th month, like right before she delivered me. She was working on the program. And he walked up to her and said, "Can I feel your tummy, Mrs. Sponheim?" And he really did. And she said, "Okay." And he put his hand on me. He touched me. He put his hand upon me. Yeah, but listen what he said about the future of mankind. It's pretty serious.
It would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
Well, so I thank you for watching the show, everybody. Sorry to depress you. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both time and space, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into a wonderful land of that of David Sponheim, living in his van down by the beaches of Venice, experiencing weird shows every night on our show. Okay. We're going to say goodnight to all of you in TV land and bring you some fun movies. Yeah, that was weird. I was a little freaked out by that. But you'd be freaked out if you were a Mexican coming over the fence here. We're going to jam 10,000 volts of electricity through that fence. And anybody who gets near it, even Donald Trump, would fry. And we'll have plenty of warnings. We won't allow anybody to actually get in near the fence without getting, major barbed wire prior to getting to the electric part. But if you try to cross over the lethal electric fence, it will be a fry central. So that's a big modification to the brain-dead wall idea that Donald Trump is trying to... It's a second-rate strike-off of my great 1,000-mile lethal electric border fence idea. Sarah and I both share the idea. She came up with the lethal electric part. I thought that was pretty good. No, she's in there watching the Gilmore Girls. I just thought since I had such a great audience tonight, I wanted to talk to you for another hour. Hi, Frankie. You got new fake material from NASA? Okay. Every single one of these stories from NASA seems like never a straight answer. Should really be the phrase that NASA represents. Okay. I'm going to take a look. Let's look closely at this in the next few seconds because I'm pretty much done with the show. But we come back on Monday for Conspiracy Monday if you want to watch a really good show. Tomorrow is our day off. I urge you to have a good Valentine's Day. Try to enjoy yourself. Enjoy the people you love. Yes, I have a great tie. This tie was a present from my sister Connie. She got it in Alaska, in Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you for your compliment. And the fact that you don't have a brain doesn't really bother me. Many of you are suffering from microcephalia. You don't know what that means. You probably think it's a microphallic symbol. But your brain is shrunk. Yeah. Your mom didn't tell you, but you were born deformed. So ask your mom, gee, Mom, do I have a small brain? Go ahead. I challenge you. Yeah. Mother, am I one of those microcephalic kids? No, Mom. No, you're not. You're actually an android.
Micro air vehicles, or MAVs, will play an important role in future warfare.
Okay, we'll find out about that in just a second. Microphallus syndrome is people born with small phalluses. Okay, let's take a look at the story before I bring in the micro air vehicle scary video to freak you out. A special exhibition of Spacecraft 107, the technical name of the command module for Apollo 11, the mission that sent astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to walk on the moon, piloted by a fellow crew member, Michael Collins, has revealed a major glimpse into the lives of astronauts forgotten by NASA for decades. Kept in a glass case at the National Air and Space Museum located in Washington, D.C., the capsule has remained unopened since it was placed 3 decades ago. It's unclear whether it has been closed off since the completion of the Apollo 11 mission in 1969 or when it became a permanent exhibit at the Smithsonian Institute since 1976. Because the craft has been sealed for so long, NASA scientists and Smithsonian staff forgot about the somewhat unusual legacy left behind inside of 107. The graffiti the astronauts left on the walls, which gives us an idea of exactly what it was like to be crammed into a 10 by 12 foot area no bigger than a storage shed in the middle of space. Well, that's if they were indeed there. Oh yeah, the Einstein story is interesting. Anyone with an IQ above 150 who comes up with a way to destroy the world is not that smart. The graffiti is a jumble of everything from scientific observations, recording calculations, and what appears to be a small amount of smegma, which may have come from ejaculate. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. All right, gravity waves. Oh God, I can't believe he said that. The graffiti is a jumble of everything from scientific observations and recorded calculations. Like a locker with the inscription Launch Day Urine Bags. Or another one scratched onto a different locker that simply labels it Smelly Waste. No, I think you're the one who's having a fantasy right now. Super Dave, are you here? Where is Super Dave? Super Dave's just doing a little dance. He's not sure exactly what he is. Einstein was an absolute moron for coming up with an idea that would destroy the Earth and the world. Have you ever heard of cobalt bombs? Well, allegedly, our country never created cobalt bombs. But they have the ability to fracture the entire Earth's surface, including your face. We need music? Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're the moron for arguing with me. So pull your pea brain out of your head and analyze it. Ask your mother if you're brain dead. Mom, was I born brain dead? Is that why I can't get a job? Yeah. We had a real discussion, but you came into the room. Yeah. You came into the room and ruined our real discussion. I've had 4 hours of talking to you. You've never gotten a second of time from your political candidates talking about the bull crap that they keep spinning. You're the one who's calling me that name. You have obvious homosexual tendencies, Guest 940. We've got a live homosexual person in the room, 940. Just admit it, you're gay. Apollo never broke through the Van Allen belt. Sorry. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Okay, I leave you to the infinite universe. And you're gay? Well, I'm glad. At least you admitted it. Did I ring your bell tonight? How many of you are going to have good sex tonight? Let me ask you a question. How many of you are going to have great sex? I like Britney Spears. I think she's an awesome entertainer. We can have a one-on-one discussion. Call me during the show, 707, your ATP. But this is the end of our extended Valentine's Day show. You're going to have zero sex? Whoa. You're not even going to have sex with yourself? Okay, we're going to learn about micro air vehicles. They'll be everywhere soon. And you're going to be watched. You are being watched. Okay, we have a request for one Mr. Smith. Hang on. What about Morpheus? You can take the red pill and leave. Or you can take the blue pill and I will show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Mr. Anderson! It's the stench, Mr. Anderson! Alright, we're going to say goodnight. This has been an awesome show. Phasing out, music. Thank you for coming in, everyone. Again, spread the wording of the third party. That's all I'm asking. Keep telling people about America's Third Party, and we will do this. We've got to pierce through the censorship of the mainstream media controlled by the ruling elite. If you want any representative, you've got to vote a new party and a new presidential candidate. You'll never get that from the existing status quo of the two parties. ever. They can't cut the budget because they've got their fingers in the cookie jar. And they can't stop wars because they're being played by global elitists to start wars. They won't legalize pot because they want to make money on heroin in Afghanistan. And most of all, they won't in any way stop this incredible destruction of the environment, which you and I are witness to on this earth. So we're going to stop that when I become president of the United States. Thanks again for coming in, and here comes the future under the two-party system.
The urban battle